Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Planning Commission, August 28th. It is now 6:31. I'd like to call a quorum. Mr. Mattson?
Here.
Mr. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Poselli?
Here.
Mr. Kenny?
Here.
Secretary Lukowitz?
Here.
Vice Chairman Kalunian?
Here.
Chairman Flynn is here. Mr. Ozenkowski has been excused, and we have one vacancy, so we have 7. Okay, if everybody could stand for Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay, in case of an emergency, the doors behind you go out left and right to the north and south exit, and also there's an emergency behind us. If you go through the staffs, there's a door in the back of the building. First on the agenda is approval of minutes, 3.1, July 24th, 2019. Any discussion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion or changes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion is granted for the minutes. Okay, we're gonna move, I'm gonna need a motion to move request for a waiver for Mr. J. Havana Cigar Lounge.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, anybody here representing the applicant? Come on up, Mr. Joyle. Just say your name and your address, please.
Paul Joyle, and do you want the address that we will be at, or my current address now is West Warwick?
That's fine.
Well, this new business will be at 2080 Newsnack Hill Road, the Old Venus Pizza. I know, I see so many people in this room that I already know. For people that don't know me, my name is Paul Joyle. We've run Joyle's Wickers. I've owned Joyle's Wickers for 49 years. And after 49 years, that's going to come to an end. Me and my brother are going to move on and go to greener pastures. But the one thing I am doing, I am bringing my wholesale cigar business and my retail business from West Warwick, and I'm coming to Coventry, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited about it, and I appreciate the opportunity for me to address you, the panel here, because I did receive a rejection letter on the sign. So I'd like to explain a little bit. A lot of people don't realize the scope and just how big the cigar business is. When I tell you this number, everybody in the room here is going to think I'm nuts, but my retail and wholesale business this coming year will be about 1.1 million, strictly cigars. 3/4 of the stores in the state get their cigars from me. I want to bring that to Coventry. I've got 49 years of liquor experience, 23 years of cigar experience. I am the #1 cigar shop in the state of Rhode Island, and I'm coming up here. I want to set up a lounge. It's going to sit about 75 people. I will bring a lot of money into this town, and the only thing that I'm asking for, and I think it's well within reason, I want to put up a sign to advertise my business. By the time I'm done with the build-out, buying the property, I've got 7 digits invested. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask to put up a lit sign. Quite frankly, I think it's insane that I got rejected. 3/4 of the signs on Route 3 are all LED inlit pylon signs. I'm not asking for anything outside of the realm here. I mean, I'm asking you to approve this, and I think it should be approved. I'm not making this investment to get shot down on a sign, so.
So, Mr. Joyle, to clarify, we have an overlay district sign ordinance, and our staff really doesn't have any wiggle room with that.
Yeah.
And we're gonna work on this. 'Cause we've had, you're not the only one to complain about it.
You know, there's new signs that went up in the last,
I
you know,
just wanna
in the
let
last
you
couple of
know
years.
that,
If they
you know,
did it for
we
them,
appreciate your business coming to Coventry. We don't try to push business away.
I want to come, but
We appreciate it. Because you run a class act. I've known you for several years. Many
long
years,
time.
I
We go
should say.
back a while. We go back a ways, longer than we should admit to.
So,
But
is anybody on the board have any discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, the only discussion, I don't think a sign's gonna make or break your business, to be honest with you. You have a great reputation.
but people do use signs because
I think
there's
they-
a reason
they-
why they want them.
Have
They
you
work.
thought for one second?
Sure.
You're gonna have great success. You know that. And of course, this is just, again, there is a ordinance in play, and I think that's why it was rejected. So, you know, we're here to review it. I just got a couple questions on this.
Shoot.
You don't have, this is pretty much it. There's nothing that can go up on the TV what it's gonna look like. That's a nice picture of it. And it's gonna be a 5x8, really, at the top, right?
I believe, yeah, actually, I don't have the exact, 5x8, yeah.
And the Mr. J's Havana, it's all pretty much gonna be black, right? That I'm looking at. That's pretty much the sign.
Well, there's red slices in there with LED and behind there, so it's actually, you're gonna get red lights coming through,
All the way down.
all the way
It's
down.
tough to see it from this.
It's tough, that picture is a
Yeah,
little,
it's tough.
And the only other, you know, again, is it gonna be translucent? Is it gonna be very bright? Is it gonna be like a obnoxious neon? These are the questions. That
no
people
brighter
have.
than any other sign that's up on Route 3 now.
Are you gonna turn the lights off when you shut down?
If that's the only sticking point, yeah, why do I need the lights on after I leave? You know, my business now, I shut them down at 10 when we close. I don't have an issue with that.
What are the hours of operation?
You know, quite frankly, I'm not even sure what the liquor, I thought the liquor license up here, I think they go to midnight. I'm not even 100% sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to cross that bridge after, but.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion? Sure, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Doyle. I just have one question. And I'm with you. We've had this problem with the interior lit signs, and unfortunately, that's what we have to live with. And it hasn't been an issue. We're just make a recommendation to the zoning board. The ultimate decision lies with them.
Sure.
But from a planning
No,
perspective,
we're not making a recommendation.
we're not?
No.
This is it?
This is it.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a waiver. It doesn't say of a waiver of a zoning ordinance. It's a
Well, I was-
waiver
Yep.
of a section in the special overlay
Right,
district
I'm
book.
sorry. Okay.
He's a big
I'm
guy.
sorry.
You don't want him to go to zoning, do you?
Oh, yeah.
No, 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 no,
No, I'm
no.
only
You will
kidding.
be granting
I'm
the
only kidding.
approval.
No, it was
tonight.
mixed in the agenda, and again, when we moved it up to the top, I just got my description mixed up with what it was here for. But I only had one question, and it's not necessarily a question. On the plan, it shows that the sign is gonna be both 5 feet, I believe, from the state highway line or the property line in the front, and 5 feet from the abutters property line, and I just wanna make sure that means the top part of the sign and not the post at the bottom.
That's fine. I mean, there's plenty of room. I don't.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure, otherwise you would be encroaching
Nope.
either way with the top, and sometimes people go from the post and they don't consider that
I
there's a
have
little bit of
no
an
issue.
overhang.
None at
And
all.
that's the only concern I had, other than the other issue that was raised, and I'll leave that up to the rest
That's
of the board
fine.
as to whether or not it should be lit all night, even when you're not open.
I'd appreciate it.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of Mr. J. Savannah Cigar Lounge sign, with the stipulation that at the end of business hours, the sign will be turned off each evening.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I hear a second? Any discussion at all? Hearing none? Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All set.
Thank you
Motion
very
passed.
much.
Good luck with your business.
You know what?
Good luck.
I'm looking
Thanks for
forward to
coming
it, and I
by.
thank you for your listening to me. Thank you.
Can we ask when you think you're gonna open? We're not letting you know without that.
I actually think it's gonna be late October. I think it'll be late October. I talked to the contractor today, and they're full bore right now. So, thank you.
Right. So you got the motion by Mr. You got the motion by Mr. Kennedy? All right. Okay, next on the agenda, number 4.1 is the ratification of decisions for the Oaks on East Shore, AP 23 lots 47 and 47.001, AP 32 lot 152, Zone R20, Tioga Avenue. Anybody here representing the applicant? Does anybody have to come up?
No, the applicant doesn't have to be here. I informed the applicant it was going to be on the agenda, but I advised them that they did not have to be here. I sent them an advance copy in case they had any questions. I didn't hear back. So you can just ratify the decision.
Okay.
I'll make
Any discussion on that? Or you want to just?
I'll make a motion to ratify the decision for the Oaks at East Shore that was rendered on July 24th, 2019, which we have a copy of in our packet.
A motion by Mr. Colunian,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Kinney. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, old business for discussion and or action. Recommendation to zoning board of review special use permit for the Tattrie, Elizabeth Joshua Tattrie, 50 in Indian Trail, AP 324 lot 65 RR2. Anybody here representing the applicant? Come on up.
Josh
Just want to
Tattrie,
give us a brief discussion? or-
Yeah, so it's an old summer cottage that was there. We built a house behind it. We're using it as storage. It's been storage for a lot of years. It's kind of dilapidated. We're fixing it up a little bit. We got a permit for that. We just want to put a little deck on the front of it, dress it up, make it look nice, because it's in the front of our yard, so we dress it up so it's not so much like a shed. And that's it.
You have a beautiful house there too, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Your dad used to live behind me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I remember you. Yeah, Bobby Neer, right?
Yes.
That's right. So that's it. Yeah, it's a small deck.
Any discussion on this?
I mean, I know you said it's a small deck, but it's 6 by 24. That's
Yeah,
what's
it's
in the
long. I
application.
just mean it's-
So it's the entire length of the building?
Exactly.
Is there any possibility that that front building will be used for any other use other than storage?
No.
It's not going to be it's not going to have another living unit or anything in
No,
there?
no,
I just
no,
want
no,
to get
no,
that
it's
on the
one
record.
It's one big area, one open
Okay.
area, that's all it is. We can just keep stuff for the pond in there.
Okay, and it's a little closer to the water, right? So when you
Exactly.
come out, you can sit on that deck as opposed
Well,
to
yeah, we
schlepping
can
up
sit on
back
the
and
deck,
forth.
watch the kids
Yep.
swim, exactly.
All right.
That's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion for recommendation to zoning.
All right, I'll make a motion, for Elizabeth and Joshua Tattrie, 50 Indian Trail, AP 324, lot 65, zoned RR, for a special use permit, to attach a deck to the summer cottage in their front yard. The property has permanent physical access to Indian Trail, and the construction of the deck will not alter or affect the functionality of the driveway. There's sufficient off-street parking. Utilities are pre-existent. The abutting properties and surrounding neighborhood is primary single-family residential. The proposal is consistent with the Coventry comprehensive plan. And the granting of the granting of the special use permit will not affect the health, safety, welfare of the neighborhood. The existing shed has been functional as one for the last 10 years. I also recommend that we incorporate the planning staff's planning director's report into the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Kenny. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Mr. Porcelli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All set?
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, under new business for discussion, 6.1, pre-application site walk for Sarah Turcone Partnership. This is a proposed 4-lot residential subdivision on an unimproved ledge road, AP 317, lot 73.1, zoned RR3. Anybody here representing Mr. Cronin? How are you?
Mr. Flynn, you have a nice momentum going this evening, so I came up to
Well, I
keep
hope it
things going.
continues.
Or just put it to the screen.
I'll do my part.
Okay,
Lot
let's
73
schedule a site walk. If you want to
Yeah.
do a quick
Sure.
preview of what's
I
going
just
on.
wanted to remind the commission that Lot 73.1 is 17 acres of vacant land on Ledge Road. We were before you in October 2018 for the approval of a single dwelling on using the gravel road standard. At that time, we had extensive discussion about the fact that this public road bisects this lot into east and west. Out of that discussion comes this plan for a 4-lot minor subdivision. 4 lots, each conforming to the RR3 zone. We'll be asking to continue to use the gravel road standard, and consistent with the practice of this board, we would agree to widen that gravel road where appropriate to allow for 2 cars to pass, health and safety reasons. But that's the plan. So it's 4-lot minor, each lot conforming completely to zoning, each lot accessing Ledge Road, and using the gravel road standard, widening the road outside of the wetland area on the southernmost part of the lot. So yeah, we're here to have you guys come out and take a look at it.
Okay. Secretary Lukowitz, would you like to
Yep.
schedule a sidewalk,
I
please?
scheduled it for the 11th.
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary.
I
Rain
want to
date.
remind everyone
Rain
that
date, please?
a portion of the road is paved, but the rest of it is extremely rocky. I go up there continuously.
You get a rain date the next day?
Rain date next day, the 12th.
Okay.
The 12th.
And
Thank you.
yeah, I have a question. I know the roads now. I was gonna ask, suggestions, can we drive right up to that site and then there's room for everyone to be able to park and turn around, let's say at least 5, 6 cars up there, or?
Yeah, you'll have to go up a bit to a driveway to turn around, but you can park along the side of the road after the stone wall. That's our lot.
And someone else can still get by
Yeah.
if we're all there?
long as
Okay,
you-
just checking. I haven't been up there. I
You
just
know,
wanna make
I
sure.
haven't seen what kind of Cadillac.
wanna
you're-
have to
you're
back
driving,
down.
Mr. Clooney.
Huh?
I haven't seen what kind of Cadillac you're driving, but
Sure you did at the last meeting, and I had trouble turning around.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. Okay, next on the agenda is 6.3, recommendation to zoning board of review for special use permit / 2-dimensional variances for the Lacombe residents, George and Susanna Lacombe. It's a conversion of an existing garage into living space, approximately 1,000 square feet addition, includes a proposed 3-car garage, AP 34, Lot 7, Zone R20, and it's 7 Osprey Drive. Anybody here representing the applicant? Come on up. Hi. Name and address for,
Susanna Lacombe, 7 Osprey Drive.
so if you can just kind of tell us what this is all about and what you want to do.
We need to efficiently utilize our land space to add on, because we have 0 room. I have 3 teenage boys, a dog, a cat, and yet we have no storage, it was an old cabin on the pond, and it's been added on, and it's just too small for our family. So we need to convert the garage, that is, I guess, non-conforming to the setbacks, into bedroom, and then add storage space, which is the garages.
Okay. Any questions?
Just, go ahead.
From any board member? Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you have a garage that you want to convert into living space?
Correct.
And do you want to add a garage as well?
We're gonna add garages to that. We're gonna close that in, make that a bedroom.
Living space,
Yeah,
and then
living
add a
space.
3-car garage as well?
Correct.
Okay,
But we're taking away also 60 square feet from the pond side, so we're gonna go towards the street side.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have this, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting correctly. This is the plan right here. There's this plan here from Coventry Survey.
Correct.
And I would assume that the hatched area and this area here, this is the new garage.
No, the new garage is going on to where the old garage was. So they're gonna close in the 2-car garage and then add on to that.
See, we don't have a site plan that really depicts where the existing dwelling is in relation to the new. I mean, from this plan right here, it appeared this said existing dwelling, so I was under the impression that this crosshatched area here and this crosshatched area here were new.
Yeah, it is new, yes.
Okay, that
yeah.
was my
So we're gonna
question.
add more living space to where that,
So this is your existing dwelling, which is
Correct.
not crosshatched. You're gonna move, or, I'm sorry, add on to the dwelling toward the street.
Correct.
And then you're gonna build a new three-car garage to the
No, the 3-car garage is going on to the existing. See,
Yeah, right here.
no, right here,
Yeah,
to this side. This is where it's going. This is just gonna be more living space.
okay, so the living space is the 12 by 38 area?
I'm gonna guess.
That's this long rectangle here
Yes,
that's
yes,
shaded?
yes, yes.
Okay, and that's being added to the side of the,
To the front of the house.
okay, I see. I
Yep.
see the see, I couldn't depict the footprint of the house before. Okay.
Yeah, and DEM already gave their approval.
For the
For
ISDS, I saw that on there.
And,
Yep.
and for where it said wetland, that we
Yep,
were exempt.
that's fine.
Yep.
Now, which part, you said something was being moved 6 feet was being reduced somewhere?
Yep, on the pond side, where it goes out here.
Oh,
That's being
can you
reduced.
see that? Yeah, right. This little thing that stuck out on the side?
Yeah, because it
The
hangs
jog
over,
out?
it's a safety issue, it's
So
on,
you're just
it's
gonna
literally
square
on
that into the
poles.
corner. So basically.
That's just gonna go flush to the,
Okay, so basically, you're gonna end up with a house that's 30 by 50 with the jut in the, 50 across, 30 this way, and a garage in the front.
yes,
Okay,
I'll go with
all
that.
right, now I got it. So then my only other question is, because it's not shown on here, does your garage any closer to Osprey Drive than others on the street?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a favorable recommendation to the zoning board to approve the Lacombe special use permit and dimensional variance for property at 7 Osprey Drive, Assessors Plat 34, Lot 7, in the R20 zone. The property has permanent physical access to Osprey Drive, and the construction of the proposed expansion does not appear to alter or affect functionality of the existing driveway. There's sufficient off-street parking available. There are pre-existing utilities. Abutting properties surrounding the neighborhood are primarily single-family residential. The proposal is consistent with the Coventry Comprehensive Plan, and it does not appear that granting this special use permit and the dimensional variance will affect any of the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. Let me see. And we can incorporate the planning director's report and the documents that are attached into the decision.
I have a motion by Mr. Clooney, and do I have a second? Second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Thanks. Don't forget to ask.
Okay, next, 6.4, recommendation to the zoning board of review for a special use permit for Bobbin residents, Kathy C. Rice, seeking a special use permit for an in-law apartment, AP 95, lot 62, zone R20, 60 Rebecca Street. Anybody here representing the applicant?
Hi, Mark Barbin, my wife Kathy Reese.
Just speak into the microphone and just put your name and address, please.
Okay, Mark Barbin, 60 Rebecca Street.
Kathy Byron, 60 Rebecca Street, formerly Kathy Reese.
Okay.
So a brief thing, hired a contractor back in September 2018 for an in-law suite we put onto our home for my mother, elderly mother, 81 years old, bilateral hips and knee done, so needed extra attention to her. The contractor did all kinds of work, supposedly pulled all the correct permits, so forth, so on. Come July this past year, July 19th, finished up some work. My mother came home from a vacation prior to her surgery. We started finding all kinds of problems. Had a friend of the family who was a contractor come by and go, you need to take this, look at this, talk to the town. Come to find out the contractor pulled permits that he was supposed to pull, but didn't pull permits he was supposed to pull either. Didn't let the town know that it was an in-law suite. He put it in as a family room. So big mess. So been working with the planning and the inspections, building inspections, to try to get this up to par. Presently in trying to keep my mother in the residence where she's at this second.
Right, so she does live there now.
At this very second, she does.
Okay. All right, any questions from the board? All right, hearing none, seeing none, can I hear a motion? Entertain a motion on this?
I'll make a favorable motion for the Barbin special use permit, 60 Rebecca Street, AP 95, lot 62, zoned R20. The property is permanent physical address of the Rebecca Street, and the construction of the proposed expansion doesn't alter the functionality of the existing. Sufficient off-street parking is available. Utilities are pre-existing. Budding properties in surrounding neighborhood is primarily single-family residential. Proposal is consistent with the Coventry Comprehensive Plan. The granting of the special use permit should not affect the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. And I recommend including the planning director's report.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Kenny. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Ms. Lukowitz. Any discussion?
Should we also add some documents for that?
We could.
I amend my,
Would you amend the motion?
I amend my motion to add the attached documents
Okay. you
to the
amend
motion as
second?
well. Thank you.
Will you amend the second?
Oh, I amend the second.
Okay, that is for discussion. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
granted. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, 6.5 Development Plan of Review. Recommendation to zoning for special use permit, Riverview Nursing Home, AP 104 lots 81, 82, 83, and R20, 546 Main Street. Anybody here representing the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Attorney Wyatt Brochu, counsel for the owner and applicant.
Address, please.
20 Centerville Road, Warwick, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Good evening. The applicant before you tonight is Riverview Nursing Home. They're located on Main Street. They're the owners of lots 81 and 82, and they operate a nursing facility, been a longtime resident in the town of Coventry. They recently had an opportunity to purchase a abutting parcel, lot 83, and they have been getting requests from visitors, family members, to add additional parking to the nursing home. I'm sure on your site visit you saw many cars parked across the street. The owner of Lot 83, he was a resident of the nursing home, and the family did approach us and asked us if we were interested in purchasing the property. So that was a couple of years ago, and the project has been in design, looking at what would be a best fit for that area, given it's a residential area, and there is another neighbor very close. So the plan has gone through several reiterations, both internally and with your planning department. And before you tonight, we think we have a plan that meets both the needs of the facilities and provides the least amount of impact to any surrounding residential structures. What the applicant proposes is to add 21 additional parking spaces, and also to address any stormwater management mitigation that may arise from the increase in impervious surface. We'll be using the same ingress and egress. There's no new curb cuts in this, and the project needs a special use permit. In reviewing this, we get planning department, review nursing home, through prior approvals is a non-conforming use, pre-existing legal, and this is considered an expansion of the parking area. There will be no new expansions of beds or anything like that. It's just purely for parking for our existing families. Tonight I have here with me to address any questions you may have. I have a principal here from the nursing home. I also have a director of plant operations and also our engineers tonight. And just so you know, although they're two different companies, they are in common ownership, so it's a related entity.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'd like to wait for you to bring your experts up until we get, anybody from the public. Does anybody on the board have any questions before I open up public hearing?
I just have one question. Well, maybe it's the RIDEM request for preliminary determination, the RIDOT physical alterations permit, or the soil erosion and sedimentation control permit. Have any of those permits been obtained? Or are they still all pending?
I believe they're all pending? Yes, they are.
Okay,
they are
that's
pending.
that's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, sure.
if I may, I just wanted to correct, I don't believe the applicant is here this evening on a public hearing. This is just a recommendation to the zoning board of review.
I have it as a public hearing.
It's development plan review, so there is a public hearing.
I stand corrected, I'm
Oh, it's
sorry.
okay.
Excuse me, but I'd like to hear the testimony first, so this way the public has a chance.
Okay.
They might glean something from the testimony of the experts and raise some questions.
Okay, so, yeah,
Well,
sure.
Okay.
And we'll keep it brief,
No, no
Mr. Chairman.
problem.
What
all
I'd
the
like to
time you
do is, I've given you a basic overview of the project. Essentially, it's a parking lot, 21 spaces being added to the nursing home. What I'd like to do is have our engineer come up, again, give you a brief overview of how we've addressed some of the engineering questions and address any technical questions the planning commission may have.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Byron Andrews. Good evening, I'm Byron Andrews, Byron Andrews and from Andrews Survey and Engineering.
I'll speak slowly. My name is Mike DeFrancesco. I'm a engineer on the project.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to qualify them or just have them put their qualifications on the record?
Not necessary.
Okay, thank you. Could you just give a brief overview of the project and the engineering that was addressed?
So the project is intended to create parking spaces for additional parking, as Wyatt pointed out. The parking will occur on two places. One is adjacent to the existing entrance drive, and the other is in a small lot that's on the rear portion of the new lot, which is also at a higher elevation. These areas will have a stormwater system, which will be in the front of the lot, closest to the street. That will be underground. It will not be visible on the ground, and that will capture all the drainage from the new parking lots, and there won't be any storm water which will go beyond the site.
Additionally, can you just explain briefly to the board the landscaping plan and how we're addressing that buffer with the neighboring residential properties?
All right, so for the neighboring residential property, the one to the south, we are installing a fence, a viewing fence, and also we are planting trees on that boundary, and also trees and shrubbery on the westernmost boundary near the street. The landscaping plan can be seen as sheet 11 on the plan set.
And can you just give the board, the planning commission, your opinion on the impact this additional parking area will have on the neighboring properties?
We don't believe it will have any impact on the neighboring properties. We've made an effort to capture all the storm water so it doesn't exceed past the site. There's a impervious barrier around the storm water system so that it doesn't move laterally onto the abutting site. We're putting fences and landscaping so that it's not easily viewed, so that headlights don't go onto the neighboring property. So we don't believe it will have any adverse impact to the surrounding neighborhood, and getting the cars off of the main street will definitely be a benefit to the neighborhood.
Just a couple of words. I think most of you were on the Sitewalk a couple of weeks ago, so you got to see the physical layout of what is being done on the site. And it's really pretty straightforward. One of the highlights, or a place where the owner or the applicant really has to step up, is in the area of the stormwater management. When this project is completed, there will be less runoff going out onto the road than there is now. So that's a major improvement, and that's probably most of the features that you see on the plans that are highlighted in dark ink. So I wanted to make that point abundantly clear. That's going to be a really an advantage to the town, to the DOT, on the drainage system in the road, and on the drainage on site. Okay.
If I could say one thing, the house is gonna be demolished, and there's an existing cesspool, right? Or septic? Is there an existing cesspool there? An existing cesspool?
Oh, yeah,
in the
the,
house, so that's
all
gonna
the
be
existing
filled and
features will be
taken
removed.
care of, so we're gonna be
Correct.
eliminating another cesspool.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, the house is in quite disrepair. And I think you can see from the plan, through the analysis, surprising to the applicant, it's coming at quite a cost addressing the drainage, but we think it'll improve the situation with the parking and the families. So
I agree. My mother was there, and the parking is,
Yeah.
the 21 spots are well needed.
yeah.
So I do happen to agree with that.
Chairman, a comment with the house is, was negative for asbestos, but it has lead paint that needs to be abated.
Right, so you'll be abating that.
Right, whatever regulations we need to comply with the demolition, the applicant will follow.
Any other questions?
Just for informational purposes, what kind of fence did you say that was? Wood stockade?
I believe it's going to be vinyl fencing.
I'm sorry?
Vinyl.
Be a vinyl fencing?
Vinyl fencing, white,
White,
6 feet?
Yeah.
Just curious. And it goes just back to where the grade starts to change, if I could tell from the plan. Okay, I just wanted to get that out there.
yeah, one of the things we were concerned about was headlights, especially with the next house on the street, so we
Yeah.
wanted to provide some buffering.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure actually it was the same thing. It wasn't chain link. Vinyl works just as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion to open up public hearing.
So moved.
Second? So it's a motion by Mr. Clooney and a second by Mr. Mattson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're gonna open up public hearing. Anybody in the room like to speak for or against this project? Anybody in the room like to speak for or against this project? Okay, take a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second?
Mr. Mattson, second by Mr. Kenny, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing is closed. Any other discussion from the board?
Excuse me a minute. Think so, yeah. Yep, and I know, I just have one question, sir, just again, to get it out there. When we went on the site walk, and just for the record, you're taking the appropriate steps to make sure that that rear parking area, the erosion controls and the sloping, whatever rock, I'm not quite sure what the applicable name is going to address any erosion that would end up in the parking lot. And
Yes.
there's some trees up there we talked about, if you cut them down. We wanted to make sure that, you know, some of the roots stayed up there and there wasn't gonna be a problem with the trees falling after. So I
That's
just
correct.
trust that's gonna be addressed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this
Getting
is
the
a
nod
development
from
plan
one of the
review.
principals, so.
Okay, this is a development plan review, so would you like the final done administratively?
If we could, I
you have
would
your
appreciate
permit-
that.
If
I'd-
you have your permitting.
That's correct. If it could be done administratively, we are going from zoning to here that is being scheduled for October. So if any final technical aspects, I'm sure.
Subject to the permits?
Right.
Okay. Anybody else on the board? Yeah, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the plans as submitted and make a favorable recommendation to the zoning board of review for a special use permit for a development plan review application consistent with zoning ordinance Article 16 for the Riverview Nursing Home, Assessors Plat 104, lots 81, 82, and now 83. The property is located at 546 Main Street in an R20 zone. Bear with me. There are no wetlands, scenic views, open space, or unique historic features existing on the site. The applicant has submitted a landscape plan for review. The planning commission may wish to discuss screening, which we've addressed. The general purpose of this project is to improve the safety of motorists and pedestrians by providing additional parking on-site to avoid potential on-street parking mishaps. There's no anticipated increase in traffic volumes as a result of the project. The applicant will be submitting an application to RIDEM and to the town engineer who will ensure that the town ordinance is met with respect to the increased runoff, potential for flooding, and adversely affecting the abutting properties. The plan does not appear to place excessive stress on town services. The applicant will be required to conform with all provisions of Article 17 of the zoning ordinance. A landscape plan has been submitted for review and is included in this report. See, with regards to the special use permit, I believe, I'm not going to repeat those same items. Just want to see, this development plan review approval and favorable recommendation is contingent upon receipt of, let me just go back, a preliminary determination from RIDEM, the physical alterations permit from RIDOT, a soil erosion and sediment control permit, and without objection, I would like to incorporate the staff report into the motion, and also the applicant shall be allowed to proceed administratively from this point forward.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Colunian. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Anderson. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You wanna
Sorry.
divide the?
Nope.
Okay.
What I'd like is, I'd like you to grant them conditional approval because they don't have their permits in place. So you need to grant them conditional approval based on them getting those permits. So if you could just change your motion to conditional approval.
As opposed to development plan final approval?
Well,
It's conditional.
It's conditional upon them getting their permits.
Okay, well, I did stipulate it was subject to.
I
but
understand.
I will amend my motion.
But we usually, like if it was a master plan, we do conditional master plan approval. So it's conditional development plan
So
review
this is a
approval.
condition, so I will amend my motion to say conditional development plan approval, subject to them obtaining the 3 permits that I mentioned.
Right, and then when they wouldn't have to come back before the board. When the staff
Correct.
saw those permits, then they would
Correct.
have the approval.
Correct.
And then they could come back.
And that was my intention.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to amend your second, Mr. Anderson? I'll amend my second. Okay, second is amended. Any discussion? Hearing none. All's in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Anybody, can we take a quick 5-minute break before we start the next one? You don't mind? Aye.
We get through this. too big. I used to check everybody's head but mine. I thought I didn't want to. See, we all clap for you? That was my idea. You gotta clap for them.
Down to $2 a gallon here.
Huh?
Down to $2 a gallon here or what?
215 right now. So on that 215, 211. I don't see no big. I think Trump's doing a good job. Well,
Some things, yes.
yeah. Same thing with us. We do something good here, something bad, right? So I don't really care. Oh yeah. So what's she been doing? Well, retired, huh? It's a big fish. So much easier. We're still on TV, right? We're still on TV.
Yep, no problem. Okay, next on our agenda is 6.6 preliminary plan public hearing for Crompton Meadows. Proposed comprehensive permit for 80 single-family detached dwellings with at least 25% affordable. AP8 Lot 11.1, zoned R20, East Greenwich Plat 13 Lot 25, and it's located on Crompton Road. Anybody here for the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, John Mancini on behalf of the applicant, Crompton Meadows LLC, with respect to its application for a preliminary plan approval regarding property denoted as Assessor's Plat Lot 8. Assessor's Plat 8, Lot 11.1, and Assessor's Plat 13, Lot 25 in the town of East Greenwich. Procedurally, Mr. Chairman, I just want to present the board with a copy of our notice affidavit, and I'll provide that to the planner. And so, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, many of you were probably here back in January of 2018 when the project received master plan approval. The project, since its master plan approval, has gone forward to obtain the necessary permits from the state agency, most important of which has been the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management's RIPDES permit that has been submitted. So at this point, the detailed engineering work has been completed. All of the necessary approvals that come along with that have been obtained and have been submitted to the town planner. The town has also had an opportunity to review the plans as submitted in their entirety, and we've also been in communications with the town of East Greenwich. One of the elements or issues at master plan was a concern about access through East Greenwich. As the board notes from the plans, this is a unique parcel because the majority of the construction of the development of the site work is on the Coventry parcel, but access is on the parcel which affronts Crompton Road, which belongs to the town of East Greenwich. We had been in discussions and continue to be in discussions with the town of East Greenwich. Its solicitor is here, and it can better delineate and describe for you the arrangement that has been met, but we do have appropriate access. We will be able to obtain a curb cut. Access is as it's been described on the plans, and we have also come into agreement with the town of East Greenwich in concern with regards to developing sidewalks, and we'll describe that further with our engineering plan as to the proposal for those sidewalks. We've actually have provided you a specific delineated plan called off-site improvements, which shows where the sidewalks are going to go and the process in which we'll take to ensure that that is done. Additionally, we're also addressed a concern the town of East Greenwich had in regards to drainage in the event that, so it's clear for both Coventry and East Greenwich in the event that there are any issues with drainage. We're proposing some basins, and if those basins, for whatever reason, if there's any issues with that, that will be the sole responsibility of the homeowners association and the condominium unit owners. And we've granted the power to the town of East Greenwich and to the town of Coventry the opportunity to lien those units and common areas and the association for any drainage issues that are associated. And that was a concern from East Greenwich because given that they have a small amount of control of the larger parcel, but gain a tremendous amount of responsibility with regards to access, we thought it would be a fair compromise to provide them the authority to come on to the Coventry side and do what they would exercise if we were on the East Greenwich side. So I think that's important, and I mentioned that at the onset because it shows the level of cooperation that we've engaged with both Coventry and East Greenwich up until this moment to try to really make this as cooperative and feasible as possible. A little background, because I know that some of you are new to this project and were not around at the time of master plan. So the proposal here is to construct 80 detached units. Of the 80 detached units, the 25% will be subject to a restrictive deed. They will be affordable units, and they will count towards your housing stock or your requirement to have 10% of your city housing stock affordable. Accordingly, this is a comprehensive permit, And as a result of a comprehensive permit, this board sits as the ultimate governing body, which means that any waivers, variances, or other elements that are required for approval are done by this board and this board alone. For this project, we are seeking several waivers from your zoning ordinance, several variances from your zoning ordinances, and we're seeking several waivers from your subdivision regulations. The property is located in an R20 zone. As a result, multifamily is permitted, but it's permitted by a special use permit. So one of the other elements that we will present to you tonight is a request for a special use permit, along with the waivers for the subdivision regulations. I have with me Ben Cato, who is the project engineer. He's from Millstone Engineering. He's been with the project from the beginning, has been the primary engineer who's designed and consulted with peer reviews and others in regards to this proposal. So he will testify with site layout, importantly the drainage, as well as the waivers and the standings or findings concerning the special use permit. We also have done some extensive landscaping and some buffering with respect to this property. As you may know, this property was a formal gravel pit, so there is some mining on the property that has occurred, which has caused some moonstrike issues. There's also some non-touched areas, some areas which are in a vegetative state. So we've created a buffer zone, and we've also created some internal islands for landscaping, and our landscape architect, Kevin Alverson, is here, and he'll go through that. Finally, we have Paul Bannon from Beta Engineering. He's worked with the project from the beginning. He prepared the engineering report from the beginning. He's also been consulting with East Greenwich in regards to the access. There have been two means of access. Those were the same means of entrance and exit that was described by this board. One of the other concerns that the board had at master plan was a location and proper drop-off for buses to ensure that we weren't simply causing any type of backlog or queuing on Crompton. That has been addressed, and that will be discussed to the board this evening by Mr. Paul Bannon. So we have also that being addressed. We've addressed all of the conditions at master plan. They were memorialized in a recorded decision, as I noted, on January of 2018. We've also have submitted the necessary paperwork for our certificate of completeness. So we're prepared to proceed this evening, prepared to give you the information that you need in order to make a positive finding. So with that, unless you have any questions of me, what I'd like to do is have Mr. Cato go through the plans and the layout as described, and then we'll go through some of the findings that the board has to make relative to the special use permit as well as the waivers.
Thank you.
Good evening, Benjamin Cato, registered professional engineer with Millstone Engineering, 250 Centerville Road, Warwick, Rhode Island. I'm here to give an overview of the engineering design of the proposed development, as well as run through all of the various waiver requests, as Mr. Mancini mentioned. The project is known as Assessors Plat 8, Lot 11.1 in Coventry. That's the larger piece. It's the piece to the north. And on your plans that's on the board currently, it's the topmost piece of sheet 3 and all of sheet 4 of that property. There's an overall site, or an overall survey plan rather. I think it's sheet 2 if you need to see the entire property. The bottom piece, the southern piece, is known as Assessors Plat 13, Lot 25, and that's located in East Greenwich. There are residential properties located to the north within the town of Coventry, and to the south of the property is Crompton Road and residential homes across Crompton Road in East Greenwich. To the east is residential properties, which are actually in the town of West Warwick, and then to the west is a gravel pit run by Cardi Corporation. And just to try to highlight, on the plans that you see on the right side, the easternmost side, our property line is the town line between Coventry and West Warwick. And then the heavy line you see between the proposed units at Crompton Road is the town line between Coventry and East Greenwich. You'll see on the plans that all buildings are located within the town of Coventry with access to Crompton Road, which is in East Greenwich. There's a dual access proposed, as mentioned. This has been discussed extensively with this board and with the town of East Greenwich, as well as the town of West Warwick at the master plan level. You'll notice that the entrance to the east is an entrance only, and the main entrance is to the west. That's an entrance and egress. So there'll be a lane in and a lane out, as well as a center median for a boulevard field. There is, I think, a misprint in the report that was sent to the board. There was a one-time proposed an emergency access point to the town of West Warwick on Drawbridge Avenue, or Drawbridge Drive, excuse me. That is no longer the case. The only work to be constructed in that area is landscaping or utility connections to the roadway network in West Warwick. The property is currently wooded. It's an R20 zone. As mentioned, it was a former graveling operation. This is many, many years ago. When you walk the site, you probably noticed those of you who were there, noticed the large variations in topography, and that's due to some graveling that was done historically on the site. Property is located outside of any floodplain. There are no known wetlands on the property, and as I mentioned, there are substantial topographic variations, changes in elevation. It does generally split north to south with a high point in the middle under current conditions, and those same elevations will be maintained in the proposed case. Proposal, as stated, is an 80-unit single-family detached condominium project, each containing 2 bedrooms. Each unit has a driveway with 2-car garage, and there's additional parking provided throughout the development for any visitors or overflow that may be needed. 25% of the units are proposed to be affordable, 20 units. They're spread throughout the development, as discussed at the master plan stage of approvals. There's utility access from 2 locations. One is on Drawbridge Avenue, which is on the screen located to the bottom right. That's in West Warwick. There's some utilities there. We'll be picking up the sewer line there. And there's another one on the page next to this, sheet 4. Russell, I don't know if you have that. Sheet 4. We're picking up the sewer line on Quill Drive as well. Quill. The remaining utilities will come from Crompton Road. We have approvals from West Warwick Sewer Authority. We have approvals from Kent County Water for the water in Crompton Road. It'll be master metered, and there'll be water throughout the development. We're proposing walkways throughout the development. Pervious are in some locations for recreational use, and some concrete walkways in other areas where we feel pedestrians will need to be protected from traffic. The sidewalks located at the southern end of the site also go around and near a mailbox kiosk and an area for a bus stop, so that should there be any school-age children in the development, that's where they would meet the bus. So the bus would come in the one-way entrance, take a left on that first road, and then exit through the main entrance to the east. There's recreation space denoted in the center of the development. In discussions with the town engineer and staff, we've decided to leave that recreation area as a blank slate for now, to allow market conditions and potential residents to have some influence on what they might want to use that area for. There is also undeveloped or undisturbed areas on the site that will remain open to the residents for passive recreation where feasible. The trash pickup will be provided by the condo association. There'll be individual trash receptacles at all the units for the trash company to pick up. Stormwater for the development. This site is unique in that under current conditions, under existing conditions, there's very little water that runs off the property. This is due to the many swales and holes, for lack of a better term, that are on the property that were left from the graveling operations. And because of the gravel nature of the soils, most of the water that hits the site today is actually infiltrated. So when we do our proposed engineering design, we have to match or reduce any flows that come off of the development, and we have done that in this case using a system of catch basins and pipes, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. and which direct the flow to water quality BMPs that have been designed in accordance with the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management stormwater standards. In this case, we used sand filters with sediment forebays. And what that means is any stormwater runoff from roadways is collected and deposited into a sediment forebay, which is basically a hole that allows the sand to settle out and any other particulates that might be in the runoff water. And then from there, it moves on to a sand filter, which does just like you might imagine. It operates kind of like a pool filter where the water goes through the sand and any contaminants are filtered out through the sand, clean water is collected underneath, and it moves on through the treatment train. In this case, we've engineered the sand filters to have small drains in them, which enable us to put topsoil and seed over the top. So these will actually not look like sandboxes, they will look like lawns with a tapered edge to them. The water from the sand filter is then collected and deposited into what we've called detention/infiltration basins. They do both. In this case, the water is infiltrated into the ground in all of our detention basins at a high rate of infiltration, which allows us to minimize our runoff. Stormwater from the rooftops is collected and treated in sand filters. These sand filters are separated. Each unit has its own individual sand filter to treat any contaminants that might be on the roof of the buildings prior to a rainstorm. As I mentioned, the stormwater design matches or reduces the rate of runoff for all storms, including the 100-year storm event. And as has been mentioned, the project has received a RIPDES permit from DEM and has also, we've also received approval, if you want to call it approval, endorsement from the town engineer, save for 2 comments that are listed in your planning director's report. We have no issues with those comments raised by the engineer. Those both say to be addressed at final, and we feel we can do that at final. So we have public water. As I mentioned, we have Kent County water approval, and we have West Warwick sewer approval. And with that, that's my technical rundown of the project. If you have questions on that aspect before I move on to the next piece of my presentation, I'd be happy to entertain any.
Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Okay, thank you. We only got a small set of plans.
Okay.
So if you could just go back, well, first, just let me ask you on the sand filters now, how are those maintained? Is that going to be the association's responsibility?
It is. It's noted on the plan set as such, yes.
And what would the detriment be if they weren't maintained by the association? Would they just clog up and then there'd be a problem internally, or?
No, well, yeah, they would. If they were to clog up, they overflow into the stormwater basins, which are large and infiltrate themselves.
And
So
it would
they
be unlikely then that the water would run off anywhere
Right.
else.
And they're built in with safety factors and what we call freeboard, which is extra room.
The basins are?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I was just asking, because I was aware of another problem in another development where they hadn't been maintained over several years by the condominium association, and it caused flooding on adjacent properties, and I just wanted to make sure that wasn't gonna happen. And then, now, when I get back to that plan set thing, there was just a couple of things. It looked like every car's got a 2-car garage, and then there's also enough parking in the driveways for an additional 2 cars for guests? Would you say? I can't really tell from the plans.
Right,
the
so each
size.
driveway is a minimum 20 feet long and the width of the 2-car garage. So yeah, you could fit 4 cars in or in front of each unit.
Okay, so
And
then
then
really 2 cars for each house plus 2 guests comfortably before someone's parking in the street.
Right.
And what are the roadway widths internally?
24 feet.
And the only thing I was hoping, I got the plans, you can see all the detention basins, but could you just point out for us the mailbox kiosk area, the recreation area you referred to?
Sure, that's on sheet 3.
I know these screens are terrible, that they're all so small and it's hard for the public to see, so.
This area here where you see the handicap parking.
Okay.
So on sheet 3 where you see the handicap parking, that's the mailbox kiosk. And
All
then
right,
there's
so
a
it would
half-
be that little building. Yep, okay, I see it there. It says mailbox now. Yep, okay. And that would be, is road C the road that the bus would take, or is there something I'm missing? That's the first left that the bus could take when he comes in.
That's correct.
He or she comes in. Okay, because the front area there in East Greenwich is primarily reserved for the basins. And what was the other item? Oh, and the recreational area. I didn't.
So the recreational area is actually at the top of sheet 3. That's the middle of the site, but we had to split the site up over 2
Okay, I
sheets.
see it there. Yeah, okay, okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Go ahead, Mr. You'd mentioned that the bus would come in, take a left, and then egress out. I watch current students. I don't see them all making it up there, so the roadways are significant for the bus to travel the entire complex if needed.
Oh, yes.
There's not going to be, okay.
Yeah, the sufficient, a 24-foot roadway width is pretty common. It's sufficient to have a car in each direction.
One more follow-up, Mr. Chairman. And the sidewalks, I know, the sidewalks throughout, I know you said there was going to be concrete sidewalks in areas that you thought. Is that all along every road on at least one side?
No, it is not.
Okay.
So the idea is we have internal walkways throughout the lawn areas in between units. And the idea is to try to draw the pedestrians into the landscape areas until we do have sidewalks proposed along the main entrance. I don't know if this will show up on this board, but.
Okay, so it looks like it's the north, or I'm sorry, north side of Road C, or at least on the plan, it's that. Yeah,
Yes.
north side of Road C, and then there's internal sidewalks that extend up towards the next road, and then so on and so forth, but, okay.
So
I got
the
it.
concrete sidewalks, if you will, they begin at the intersection of Road C and Road B, and they move west to the bus stop area,
Yep,
the
that's fine.
kiosk, and
Yeah.
then from there it would go along Road A and out to Crompton Road.
Yep, okay, I'm fine. It was
Okay.
just, there was just so many lines on such a small sheet of paper, I just, until you
Sure.
just mentioned it, I wasn't able to see them. Thank you.
Any other questions? You're gonna go through the waivers now and?
If you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. So we went, these waivers, for those who were on the board at master plan, they're the same as they were then. But at that time, the board decided to defer decisions on these waivers until preliminary, so here we are. So I'd like to just read through them. So, and I think the best way to do this, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, is to discuss each one separately.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the first one we've asked for is I'm going to go through the zoning relief first. So I think you have, are you reading off of the planning director's report?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure I have the same document in front of me.
Page 6, I think they start at. Page 5. Relief requested.
Right. So this one is listed in here. Is that something not required? Oh, okay. All right, so let's start with number 8. That's just the special use permit on page 5 of 13. So we're asking for an approval of a special use permit allowing a multifamily use in an R20 zone. It's pretty, I think that one's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
The next one is for section 610, table 6-7, and section 1481. And we listed this out of an abundance of caution, but in discussions with the town planner, this waiver may not even be something that is required for this development. There was some confusion for lot coverage versus open space, and we just wanted to make sure that however the town interpreted the regulations, we had the appropriate waivers if we needed them. So the table 6.1 in section 603 indicates that Article 14 of the zoning ordinance shall be consulted for a multifamily dwelling project. Article 14, unfortunately, does not address lot coverage maximum for a multifamily use. So it appears that the zoning ordinance does not address a lot coverage maximum for a multifamily use. In section 1481, Article 14 of the zoning ordinance, it states that the minimum open space for a land development project shall be 40%. So if you subtract that, then obviously a lot coverage maximum is implied of 60% for developments such as this one. If the town determines that a multifamily use is considered an other permitted use in table 6.7, then the applicant requests a waiver from the 20% lot coverage maximum. If the latter position is adopted by the town, then an extension of the 20% lot coverage maximum is requested by 30% to permit a maximum coverage of 50%. So no matter how you look at these regulations, we're asking for a waiver to provide 50% coverage. And 50% coverage is consistent with other zones in the town, including rural village commercial, which allows 55%, Main Street Village Commercial, which allows 60%, and Business Park, which allows up to 80%. That's the one that has the most amount of confusion, so if anybody has any questions.
Any questions on that one?
Okay. Section 1208, wheel blocks. The ordinance asks for wheel blocks where appropriate, where parking lots or parking spaces are in areas that may require them to prevent a car from hitting either a building or a person on a sidewalk or something like that. We're asking that we just have wheel blocks where necessary. We're using concrete curb and asphalt berm. We propose that be used, considered an other suitable device, which is allowed in the regulation. So wherever we have concrete sidewalks, we have concrete curb, where there's no separation from the roadway by any landscaping to provide that buffering.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of asphalt berms, just because when they're plowed, the plow destroys them. I'm not a big fan of those. I'd rather see the concrete myself.
So the asphalt berm is what is proposed in areas that do not have sidewalks on this plan.
Okay.
Just so you're aware.
So you're gonna have an elevated berm made out of asphalt versus just an at-grade landscape up against the road?
No, it will be a berm.
And when you say a berm, you're talking about the raised, or are we talking like just a little lip?
No, it's a Rhode Island standard. They call it a Cape Cod berm. Cape Cod berm. So it's basically a triangle of asphalt rather than the one that looks like a U.
That's right. It's the one that, right, so I'm familiar with some roads that have it. Just the rear of the berm is a few inches higher than the elevation of the roadway, which just kind of keeps things.
And the way that is constructed, and the detail calls for this, is the binder is laid down, then this berm, then the top course of pavement, which locks it into place. Sometimes the ones that lay on top of the pavement, you're right, plow hits them and they turn to dust. But they're not that extruded kind. These are more gradual.
So I just want to go back. So what we're talking about primarily is, instead of putting a concrete block at the foot of each parking space that you've designated, we'll call them guest spaces, handicap spaces, and at the lock boxes, you would prefer just to rely on the sidewalk itself?
Concrete curb and sidewalk, right. So I guess what I'm trying to gauge, at least from this plan, is I see the row of parking, which would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe 20 spaces over near the mailboxes, and then there were a few more in the back. Yes.
So you're looking to eliminate 30 of these?
It would really only be it's really only the ones that have a walkway adjacent to them that would be of concern. So the spaces, for instance, that are around the cul-de-sac at the end of the road,
right,
that we wouldn't need anything there because there wouldn't be any pedestrians there.
Right. So so you wouldn't put them there in the first place, or you're asking for the waiver there?
We're asking for a waiver everywhere, but that included, yes.
Right, so I guess my concern is if you don't have them and there's a sidewalk and then someone goes a little too far, by the time the wheels hit the curb for the sidewalk, they're 2 feet into the sidewalk. So if they park that way, they either block the sidewalk, and then in the unlikely event that there was actually someone walking on the sidewalk,
Right.
that's the reason we have the blocks. So we're talking about 25 of these concrete blocks.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions before he proceeds? Go ahead.
Section 1465 is walkways, and this is where the ordinance calls out for pedestrian walkways provided for all multifamily dwellings to provide safe and convenient access to public and private streets, as well as amenities, facilities, and compatible adjacent uses. Pedestrian walkways shall adhere to the guidelines of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, we meet, where we have sidewalks, we do meet the ADA Act. The relief we're requesting is that essentially the walkways that we have shown on the plan are acceptable to the town in the locations where they are shown, rather than have sidewalks throughout the development. We talked in our TRC meeting about this development and having sidewalks within the development, and it was of the opinion of the associate planner that in this case sidewalks actually add too much impervious, because it's unlikely with the walkways we have throughout the development interior to the units, away from the roadways, that people would be walking in the roadways. So we're asking for a waiver to the extent that it applies.
And my only question on that would be, it's your testimony it complies with ADA, not just in terms of width, but also the grades?
So for ADA grades, that's for when you have accessible routes. So that means essentially you have to, a person with a disability has to freely be able to get from their car to where they're going, say. So for instance, you would have the ADA grading would have to apply to entrances to buildings. In this case, we have it in front of the mail kiosk and the waiting area for the bus, the little, I don't know what you want to call it, but that, lack of a better term, the bus stop that we've been referring to. But it wouldn't necessarily mean along the sides of roadways, because roads inherently are steeper than the grades that are allowed by ADA regulations. So sidewalks on roadways, that's the ADA requirements as it applies to sidewalks on roadways is for width and unobstructed widths. So you don't have, for instance, a telephone pole in the middle of the walkway.
No, I
so
got
you can
that
get
part.
around.
I just, my understanding was, at least on public roads, that they still have to be able to, there are grade requirements from A to B. I've seen projects with, public projects where they've actually had to change the elevation of the entire road, so the sidewalks met that. And I'll defer to Mr. Crossman. Was that a correct statement? He's not required to deal with the ADA grades on the internal sidewalks going from, let's say, street to street or building to building, as far as the grading?
I'm not definitely convinced about that.
So if you have a project, and so Mr. Crossman is very familiar with this one because I'm working around this area with another project in town, but you have a road like Sweet Fern Lane, which is not far from here. It's off of Old North Road. That road is, I don't know what it is, a 6% slope or something like that.
Sure.
And the sidewalk is along. You don't see switchbacks on the sidewalks or rest areas so that they can ramp down like you would going into a football stadium or a theater. It's more to get from the vehicle to a place, not necessarily to get from a place to a place. So even New London Turnpike may not meet ADA requirements for slope. So you wouldn't have sidewalks that go back and forth
Yep,
and back and
yep,
forth to
I
get
got it.
somebody from Arnold Road down to West Warwick. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But internal, where you need to get into a building that is ADA accessible, or you need to get to the mailbox, or you need to get to a school, you have to be able to park your car and get to a building on those slopes.
I'll accept that for now, but this is an internal private development where someone may have to go from their unit to their mailbox, and they may not own a vehicle. That's why I asked. So, but I'll accept that for now. I'm not going to argue the point because honestly, I don't know the answer either.
Okay.
Can I have a follow-up to that?
Sure.
The internal impervious walkways that you have, are those going to be ADA compliant
For width,
for width?
yes.
Okay.
Unobstructed, the minimum is last I checked, it was 36 inches. These are 4-foot walkways. The next relief request is section 1440 intensity regulations. So this goes along with the multifamily waiver, where the underlying zone of R20 provides a density of 1 unit per 20,000 square feet. And with our proposed 80 units, we're looking for 1 unit per 11,000 square feet. So an increased density to allow for the 80 units in the development. That was the end of the zoning ordinance waivers, I think. So 14, 16, yeah, okay. So then we have subdivision relief requests. The first one listed in your report has to do with monuments. So I just wanted to be clear on this one. The subdivision regulation states that, I just got to look up the correct one in my, excuse me for one moment while I find it. It states that sufficient monuments, and I can't remember if it says granite bounds or not. But it has to do with monuments on every, we're talking survey monuments, survey markers at every corner of the property. And we have asked that just that the property adhere to the standards set by the Rhode Island Surveyors Board, which is, they have their own requirements, which is 70% of corners with a greater than 60-degree deflection. There's a formula used to determine how many corners have to be set, and we're just asking for the waiver to meet the state standard.
So at any juncture, the corners of the subject parcel itself will be
correct
marked.
There's only one property in this condominium.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, there's two. There's one in East Greenwich and there's one
Right.
in Coventry. But yes, so it would be the basically outside boundary would be delineated in accordance with the survey standards, and that includes using iron rods or rebar, drill holes where appropriate if it falls on a stone or a rock wall, and then sometimes it falls, it wouldn't in this case, but sometimes it falls on
Let
a
me
roadway.
rephrase. You're not asking for a waiver on the perimeter. It's
No.
only on the internal lot lines that you're creating for the individual unit owners?
No, there are no internal lot lines.
Okay, so
It's a condominium.
so you're
So
looking
it's
for a
ju-
waiver on the perimeter survey?
No, 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 no. We want to make the perimeter survey adhere to the standards of the Rhode Island Surveying Association. So if that means we have to set 15 corners to make the state, to meet the state standard, that's what we want to do. But if the town is asking for 100% of the corners, we're just asking for a little relief on that. And more importantly, we're asking to be able to use iron rods, which are a survey standard, versus a granite bound at these corners where appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. That's correct. Article, let's see if I can remember my Roman numerals. Article 14.f.2, slopes and walls. This is where the ordinance or the regulations state that the maximum slopes can't exceed 3 to 1, and they're 4-foot high retaining walls. We have slopes in excess of 3 to 1 on the property today in areas that we're not proposing to develop. We also have stone boulder walls on the property today that are in excess of 4 feet that will remain under proposed conditions as well. So we'd like the waiver for those two requirements, slope and the wall height. There's also 2 boulder walls proposed on the property, and we request that those also be waived. We've talked to the town engineer. The town engineer had reviewed our detail for the boulder retaining wall, made comments on it, and we have addressed those comments accordingly.
I like to see engineered walls myself.
What do you mean by engineered walls?
The interlocking walls versus the boulder within the property for safety. We only allow, I believe, up to 4 feet.
4 feet.
So I wouldn't like to see anything over 4 feet, and if it was inside the property where pedestrians could be, I would like to see an engineered interlocked wall. And that, we did that on New London Avenue also.
So if we could, if I may ask a question, if we were to have a boulder wall proposed less than 4 feet, would that be acceptable?
I think we allow that, do we? Less than 4.
And if you're over 4 feet, you're looking for an engineered wall?
Yes.
Okay. And can we tier? Would a tier wall be acceptable? See, the issue is we have substantial grade changes here. Now, we're not looking to build a 20-foot boulder wall. That would be unsafe anyway. I think we have a 10-foot maximum on the plan.
Could you point out the locations?
Sure.
You said somewhere outside of the area of development and existing. That'd be helpful. And then the ones that you're proposing, or the areas that are problematic in terms of grade, you could just let us know where those are now.
So there are boulder walls throughout the development, throughout the existing conditions of the property.
Right.
There's the largest one is
What sheet
located
are
on
you
the
on?
north end. I'm on sheet 2, existing conditions. A different orientation so that I can get it on one sheet. But there's boulder walls along the western property line from the midpoint of the property extending back toward the back of the property. There's another large boulder retaining wall over here. This is the center part of the property on the north end. Pieces of those, on that one, pieces of that will be disturbed for construction.
Now, I can't read the contours on here. Your property is lower than the abutters or higher?
We're higher in that place.
Okay, so those retaining walls protect the abutter from
No, they
erosion.
protect,
They would, if you're higher, they would protect the abutter from erosion.
that's correct.
And have they been inspected to the point that you're satisfied that the abutter's not gonna suffer? You're not gonna disturb those portions of the walls, those are fine, they've been there for years, and you don't anticipate your work's gonna impact those at all?
Right, where they're not being impacted by development. That's correct. We are proposing retaining walls. There's one along the western property line to preserve a no-cut buffer that's proposed along the West Warwick properties. That's about a 2-foot wall, so that wouldn't apply there. We're proposing slight modification to the existing stone wall, boulder wall, that's the midway up the western property line. And again, it would only be about a 2-foot wall there.
Okay.
Some of our grading has changed since master plan.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it looks like I'm comfortable with a 4-foot maximum boulder wall.
That's allowed, 4 foot's allowed.
Right.
Okay, so let's go back. So on that waiver then, it's only for the slopes, which are in areas that you're not gonna disturb,
Or on the periphery of the site.
or on the periphery of the site, not within the site that's being developed, and then, well, within proximity to the dwellings.
Right.
And the second one goes away. You're not
Correct.
requesting relief. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
So the remaining relief requests pertain to fees, I believe. So those are all outlined, but we can go through them for the record. Article 11, that's xi.c.3.c, is a request for preliminary application fees, which have since been submitted, but we're asking for a retroactive waiver on those of $1,850. The Article xi.c.3.d is the final application fees of $2,100. And then from the subdivision land development regulations, section 5, that's V, ordinance section 106-6 is the fair share development fees. The applicant requests a full waiver of any and all fair share development fees. The ordinance of the town of Coventry relief requested is section 106-4, building permit fees, any and all building permit fees. Section 122-2, waiver of any and all review and certification fees. Section, again, 122-2, waiver of any and all inspection fees. And again, section 122-2, the waiver of any and all sewer assessment fees. Then there's some additional relief requests, again relating to fees, and these are just application fees. DPW sewer connection application fee, DPW sewer connection inspection fee, recording fees, stenographer fees, and then the real estate taxes until such time as a certificate of occupancy is issued.
Okay, I did a rough calculation. And it's about $1,662,000 you're asking for waivers. I mean, you know, we do have to pay our staff to work on this. I think those are over the top, in my opinion.
Okay.
Especially, we've been in the paper about the sewers. I mean, you know, the town should be claiming hardship. These are over the top, in my opinion.
So we also were in the news for the financial town meeting because the budget is strapped in the town. So I just want to bring that out. Some of these fees cover the salaries for the people that have to go out and actually perform the inspections, inspect the plans. Anyway, we'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members?
If I could just clarify one thing, I apologize. I did speak with the tax collector today. I noticed they used 6,600 for the sewer assessment, which was the old assessment. So that is an older line, so that if the COs were issued on this project this year, the assessment on those would be $7,677.67 per unit. Which brings it up to $614, $213.60. That's if they were issued this year. They're not going to be issued this year, and that's all based on the CPI index. That's how you get the increase. So I think they had, what, $523,000 roughly? Yeah. So it's actually, if the building permits were issued this year, it'd be somewhere around $614. That's all I wanted to let you know.
Right, that's about $90,000 more.
Chair, you make a more than valid point. I think our jaw was dropped the first time this came around and kind of deadlocked us as far as, big question, what? I think it still stands. This is a big impasse.
Understood.
I just want to ask a question. What's the reasoning for requesting all the fees to be waived? Is there a particular reason, or?
Excuse me, there is, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I do appreciate that the fact the fee request is large, and I guess we will like to say what's a few $1 million among friends. I mean, if we can't come to agreement about that, then really, what are we all doing here? But commonplace in all seriousness, commonplace on a comprehensive permit is the request for the waiver of the fees is due to the two things. One is the density bonus, and then secondly, the fact that these units are going to be for a period of time designated and restricted as affordable units. So at minimum, the fees are ordinarily waived with respect to the affordable housing units. So we have requested that not only the affordable housing units be waived, but that all the other units be waived, with the rationale that by incorporating those units, that 25% into this development, it makes it that much more expensive and the return that much more difficult. But I mean, that's your prerogative. I understand the concerns of the town and the financial issues of the town, but I would ask that the board at least consider the fees with respect to the affordable units in this development. So that's 25% out of the 80 units, and those at minimum should be the fees associated with those with regards to sewer impact and the like. Those should be waived because those are going to be at an affordable level where the developer is not going to make money, is going to lose money on those units, but is to a benefit for the developer because he's getting density. So he's getting some of the some of the benefits that flow with that because of the other units, but the town is also getting a great benefit because it's meeting the state mandate. And then there's a general public welfare benefit in that it's adding to your housing stock. This will be a development where you will not know the affordable units as we're required to under your regulations and state regulations. The affordable units have to be interplayed into the overall development such that they can't be out as a sore thumb, if you will. So they will blend in. They will be able to partake in I don't want to say the luxury of this complex, but the fact that it is essentially a gated community with certain amenities associated with it. And one of the most attractive aspect of it is they're going to be detached units. So they're essentially, it's going to look like a mini subdivision, but the ownership is going to be to the units and not to the real estate. And so it'll be governed by a homeowner association. But they won't look like condos. They'll look like detached single-family residential homes with adequate parking, adequate access, recreational facilities, and all the other amenities that would be associated with a typical subdivision. So we would ask at minimum for the board to consider the affordable units and the fees associated with that. Some of these fees are fees that will actually have to be, the petitioner will have to request the town council to amend or to abate, because it's not within your purview to do that. And we've delineated, actually your town planner has delineated which ones will be required for us to seek relief from the board. So with those, all we would ask is essentially a recommendation from this board.
I just have two follow-up questions to that. It sounded like in the narrative, it was like, well, if we can't get all the fees waived, we'd like them waived at least on the affordable units. Is that what you said?
That's
Okay.
exactly right.
And then secondly, was it clearly depicted on here which ones we have the authority to approve?
Yeah, so if you look on page 8 of the staff report, you'll see section E, ordinance of the town council relief requested. So those fees, building permit fees, soil and erosion, and sewer assessment, those are by city council ordinance. So my take is those are going to be required to be done by the town council.
Okay.
You don't have the authority to do it, even under a comprehensive permit.
And briefly, at the beginning of this presentation, there was discussion about the off-site improvements, and I want to go back to that because that was not fully explained, and I'm not ready for that yet, but I'm also curious to know what the cost is that was associated with that.
Yes.
But before we even get to that, in terms of the town's housing stock and where they're at, I'm sorry, I know it was in here, I skimmed over it early.
Yeah, you're at.
We're currently at 5.36.
And the state would prefer
10
and so
by 2025.
right, so the difference, that other, I'm sorry, is it 4.4%?
4.64.
Yeah, how many units would that be? Any idea?
I do.
Thousands?
Oh, no. I believe right now we have roughly, I think we're at circa somewhere between high 700s, 800. Where we're at right now, we need maybe another 400.
So we need 400 units. And this development adds 20. But at the same time, it adds 60 more that aren't. So, you know, you kind of have to look at the percentage to the percentage. And basically, if you do the math, if we gave fee waivers on all 80 units, that would be $65,000 for each of the 20 affordable units. It doesn't make sense. That's all I'm getting at. When you consider what it costs to build those units, that's actually a win that gets spread over. But I can appreciate you saying if we could at least get it on the affordable units, we might be able to work that out. So again, if Mr. Cato would like to elaborate a little further on the off-site improvements, the sidewalks on New London Avenue, I think it is. or
We can do
Brompton
that, and
Avenue,
we also have identified a cost. So we went out and got some bids on what the cost for that sidewalks would be. So I'll have Ben identify that.
So at the master plan stage, the discussion of off-site improvements came up with respect to sidewalk connections from our proposed development to the existing sidewalk on Crompton Road in the vicinity of New London Turnpike. So, Mr. Crossman is pulling that up now.
Yep, and we have it on sheet one, I think. It's a nice
Correct.
little summary there, yeah.
So for orientation on your sheet one, the top section of roadway of Crompton Road picks up at the corner of, at the development that's at the corner of Crompton Road and New London Turnpike. That's where the CVS is. The CVS is on the corner there.
Okay.
CVS has a sidewalk through a large chunk of its property, terminating where we actually pick up the sidewalk there. And I'm looking right here on your sheets.
Right.
So from there, sidewalk will run on the East Greenwich side of Crompton Road to an area just before the frontage of our parcel. And now I'm on the bottom section of roadway where you can see our site is depicted as AP 13 lot 25, Crompton Meadows in a box. So the sidewalk coming the other direction, this is our site driveway.
Right. Yep. So come out the driveway, hang a right, use the crosswalk, and then you're gonna put sidewalks on the other side because of the utility poles or other constraints.
Mostly real estate constraints.
Yeah.
So the road is hugging the Coventry side of Crompton Road. So there's real estate available across the street in East Greenwich. However, now we're also calling out for, this is a sidewalk that for the most part is separated from the roadway. So there'll be a landscape strip, then a sidewalk behind it. There's certain driveways that it would have to cross for residences along Crompton Road, and wherever there's not a impervious surface today, if it's a gravel driveway, we're proposing a new asphalt apron for those driveways on the town property. All of this work is limited to town property,
And
right of way.
And you don't foresee any grade issues with transition from the roadway, the asphalt apron going into someone else's property?
No, they're pretty flat.
So then we won't have to work on anyone's property.
Right.
Okay.
So, and this is something that would have to be done in concert with the towns of Coventry and East Greenwich, because obviously residents are going to be affected, and the towns are going to have to help us, for lack of a better term, with communicating what's going to be done and making sure that that's done in accordance with the town regulations in both communities. There is one thing I want to point out. So the applicant has agreed to this off-site improvement work to the extent that it is possible with real estate. And that was stated in the very beginning from the master plan stage. And that's why we surveyed the road and we determined where the roadway lays within the right-of-way. We do have an issue on the top portion of our site, on our plan here, with two properties. The first one, we'll start at the very, very beginning where our sidewalk picks up on the CVS property. There's a portion of this sidewalk would have to be constructed on the land that's owned by the landowner the CVS is on, the landowner of that lot. So we have asked, I believe we've asked East Greenwich to help us to get some permissions from landowners in East Greenwich to do that. The next lot over, and so the lot lines are dashed lines on this plan.
Could you go to the other screen, because we can't see where you're pointing? It's all the same?
Well, we can do it on both. Just
Yeah, we'll do it on both, that's fine. So, for the board, this property here is the CVS property, and pieces of this fall on CVS property. And then this piece here, there are odd-shaped lots on this side. This is the DOT salt barn, the back entrance to the salt facility that's located on New London Turnpike. So, thank you. CVS is here. CVS building is about there. And this is DOT. There's a driveway and a gate that brings you back to the salt barn. The main entrance is on New London Turnpike.
So you wanna actually.
I'm gonna be opening up public hearing.
Yep.
So when I open up public hearing, you'll be able, I'll take all your questions.
So
Thank you for your patience.
we have some work proposed on both of those properties. We would need permissions from those owners to do that. And then also on the CVS property is where there's an existing culvert The culvert would need to be extended. So the culvert runs under Crompton Road. It's highlighted by the inlet protection circle with hashes through it. So it's over here. This is your culvert right here. Right now, stormwater runoff currently runs into a catch basin, goes under Crompton Road, and it is just deposited right alongside. And in order to get a sidewalk over the top of that, right now that culvert's right at the edge of pavement. So we would have to extend the culvert, which would require DEM permits because it's working within a wetland area. And we would ask again that the town of East Greenwich helps and perhaps even applies as the applicant for that kind of work. And we would stipulate that if there's prohibitions from any of these landowners or design issues from a DEM perspective, then the sidewalk can only go so far. So the applicant has agreed to build the sidewalks to the extent that it's legally possible.
They don't have the, like the old-fashioned curb with the inlet to get the water into that, like right over the top of it where the water just kind of drains? Because the issue is the water's going to hit the curb and you need now with the catch basin in the street as opposed to letting it run off.
The issue right now is that the water runs off right at the edge of pavement.
Right.
So there's a gap here with a pipe underneath. The sidewalk would have to go over that open void. So we'd have to fill in the hole where the current.
Is there a catch basin there now or is it just an open pipe?
I think it's just an open pipe. Catch basin across the street, open pipe.
Okay, so it's an open pipe on the side that you're trying to catch the water and it just runs off the roadway into a ditch, let's
Correct.
say, and back under the road.
And that ditch is down 3 or 4 feet from the top of pavement, and we'd have to bridge that. So we would
bridge is
extend the
what I thought. I thought you
extend the
could
culvert.
bridge it and then put a drain under the sidewalk. You know the old ones
Right.
in the old neighborhoods with the cap on it?
Yeah.
You walk right over
Big
it.
granite
Steel
slab.
across. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, whatever. All right, I understand. Thank
So
you.
again, it's just, the applicant agrees to the work so long as it is feasible.
And the cost? I know you
Oh,
said
I'm sorry,
yes.
and the cost, in round numbers is $82,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I leave?
Any other questions by anybody? We're ready to open up public hearing. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I have 2 other witnesses that I want
Oh, sure.
want
Sorry.
the board to hear from, and that's in regards to, so with respect to the special use permit, one of the findings that the board has to make is that we've addressed egress and ingress, which will, and traffic flow internally, which will show with Mr. Banner, but also screening and buffering. So there's been some extensive work done here with regards to landscaping, and I want the board to see the benefit of that as it relates to the requirements of the special use permit, and also as it relates to the requirements for the comprehensive permit, I should say, the findings that the board has to make with that. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Alverson, who's our landscape architect, to briefly kind of go through what the plans are for screening and buffering and for landscaping.
I'm sorry, for the record, my name is Kevin Alverson. I'm Alverson, A-L-V as in Victor, E-R-S-O-N as in nickel. I'm a registered landscape architect in the state of Rhode Island, the owner of KMA Landscape Architecture on 360 Anaquatucket Road, and that's in Wickford, Rhode Island. I actually prepared just a quick color rendering of it. Should it be easy, but I'm sure it's pretty far away, so I don't know how effective it is, but we do have it also in a black and white version on the smart boards. I was tasked for the for the project to prepare the landscape architectural work for that, including meeting the town's landscape ordinances as it pertains to street trees, interior landscaping, but also with a strong focus on the buffering for the site from the abutting neighborhoods. That's including along particular interest along the eastern property line, where Mr. Cato had referred to earlier. We do have a 50-foot no-cut buffer, but we also have provided supplemental buffering to that along that edge, so additional plantings. And also with a strong concern about making sure that we're providing sufficient buffering along Crompton Road, along the south side of the site, where we're maintaining essentially a 40-foot existing buffer to the greatest extent practical, and then adding some supplemental buffering on the interior of that as well. I did review the site back, this is back in December of 2018, did extensive site walks through the site to get a feeling for the existing conditions of the forest out there. Basically have like an oak pine forest. The trees, for the most part, it's obviously, there's evidence that there was a lot of clearing procedures and mining that has happened, quarrying operations over the years. The majority of the forest, with the exception of some trees, are probably 12 inches and under in size. There is a lot of insect damage throughout the forest there, which is common with what we've seen with gypsy moth infestations and things over the last few years. So the understory, which is the lower shrub vegetation that's in there, is actually quite thin for the most part, although with some pockets of good mountain laurel stands and blueberry that are up towards the northeastern portion of the site. So in order to provide well, first of all, to meet the town's landscape ordinance, you'll note that we have street trees that are situated along the entire interior of the site to meet the street tree ordinances of the town. That includes a mixture of several different types of trees, so there's not a monoculture of different vegetation. But we also want to kind of create a sense of continuity, so there's sort of an alley feel through the streets, but it changes as you go through the different neighborhoods. Mixture of different flowering trees, shade trees. We've also provided along the frontage, there was a comment on earlier versions of the plans where we do have some basins that Mr. Cato had referred to, which are down the bottom right and bottom left of your sheets. As viewed from Crompton Road, we provided some evergreen buffering of all those basins. There's going to be fencing that's associated with the basins, so we wanted to be able to buffer the fencing, create more of a natural feel for that. Pertaining to buffering, I'll talk about, first of all, the first sheet here, landscape plan L1. As I mentioned earlier, there's a 40-foot existing buffer that we're going to be maintaining along the edge of the road. Interior of that, there's going to be a mixture of evergreen and deciduous trees, flowering trees, shrubs along the entranceways. There's also a boulevard effect that's happening on the main ingress and egress for the site. And a mixture of shrub and tree evergreen buffering all around the basin that's at the southeast corner of the site, abutting Crompton Road, as well as the butters along the eastern property line. Along the entirety of the eastern property line, this is shown on both sheets L1 and L2. Actually, if we could go to L2. As testified earlier, there's the 50-foot no-cut buffer that's going to be along the entire eastern property line. The only thing that would be done within that buffer is certainly removal of any fall hazards that might be in there, broken branches, maybe some trees that may be of concern once we get in and start doing some clearing procedures for the entire site. There is also a lot of debris, kind of just normal neighborhood sort of debris and yard waste and trash and things that might be in there. Our proposal is going to be removing all of that from the no-cut buffer as well. Along the interior, so the western edge of that, so if you're looking at sheet L2, essentially the top of the buffer that runs all along the bottom, We're providing a full evergreen buffer along that entire edge of evergreen trees and shrubs. And then interior to that, in that no-cut buffer, there are some areas where the understory is very clear, very open. So we are proposing some additional supplemental plants, native woodland shrubs and small trees to infill gaps where necessary through there. So it's a little unique in this way in that we're providing, and we have a detail on sheet L2 that illustrates a typical buffer along that entire edge. That's showing what would happen in about 150-foot length of that buffer. But it's going to be something that when we're actually constructing the site and clearing procedures happen, we're going to be cognizant of any particular bald spots that may be, for lack of a better term, in that buffer area to make sure that we're taking down any view corridors from the abutting neighborhoods, neighbors through there. So you'll note in the specifications and the notations on that, we've also addressed this in our written comments to the town's engineer who provided comments on this, that the quantities of plants that are shown there is a little bit adaptable based on what we really need to do to increase that buffer. There's also a one-year assessment of what happens because after construction procedures, we do detail in specifics about how to protect all those existing trees that are there, providing drip line protection. But as you can imagine, if you're going and putting a tree in, you find a root, you have to do certified arborist root pruning of what might happen to try and save the existing trees that are in there. So there's details about how to protect all the trees, but we're realistic in the fact that we do want to go back out and reassess after the 1-year mark once the clearing's done. If supplemental planting needs to happen or if a tree does not make it, we certainly have guarantees on all of existing trees, but if there's some supplemental buffering that needs to happen in there, then we can address it at that point in coordination with the town's third-party engineer to be able to review our solutions, I suppose, if that does come up. We don't foresee that to happen, but we just want to make sure belt and suspenders. The vegetation itself is, we largely tried to focus on use of all native plants through here. So there's a lack of diversity in the existing woodland right now. As I mentioned, it's kind of generally it's a blueberry, mountain laurel, pine, oak forest. We want to provide some more diversity in the species in there. So again, native woodland plants that would grow in this area if it was undisturbed. That's where we're utilizing even for the ornamental plantings throughout the development, as it's noted on the plans. I feel that probably notes most of what I needed to say, but certainly any questions about any of the particulars about this, certainly I'm willing to answer any questions.
I just have 2 questions. Are you preserving blueberry and mountain laurel that's there to the extent possible?
In the areas that we're not clearing, yes.
Do you think there's a sufficient number of? I mean, I'm just trying to gauge, or there won't be much left.
Well, in that eastern buffer, along there, there's not a whole lot in there right now. But as you go further to the north, there are stands of that you do see in that area. And so those will be protected unless they're dead already. But yes, those will be maintained. It's not really dense with blueberries, and they're high bush blueberry. So if they were pruned down a little bit, we could actually pump out the blueberries a little bit more. But that would be managing in that forest, which we really want to keep natural.
And then I'm going to the planning director for just a second. Even although this is a condominium complex per se, and it's internal roads, they're not town roads, the street tree requirements remain applicable?
Yes, I would say so. I wouldn't see any reason why you wouldn't. They're not asking for that waiver, so yeah, I would still say.
Well, I know they're not, but I always put my in looking at the former owner versus someone that's trying to, future owner versus the approval there's maintenance that goes along with that. And I know you and I had a discussion when I drove through one of the neighborhoods where someone was putting in their trees to comply with the thing, and I said, boy, there's already so many other trees in there, why are they?
Right, but in this situation also, there's no sidewalks either, Well, there's not a lot of sidewalks. They're only gonna be selectively putting
Yeah.
the sidewalks.
I'm not suggesting he not do it or do it. I just wanted to, he just referred to the town's requirements for street trees and it's
There
not-
is,
and
there
they're
is a
not town
landscape
streets.
ordinance. I don't think it distinguishes between public and private streets.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Just the evergreens, are they gonna be, deer resistant, so to speak?
That's the $1 million question.
So.
So
They're also, I know, lately the deer seem to be eating everything.
They-
My rhododendron.
they do.
They don't eat the pines, right?
They don't eat the pines.
So I don't know if you took that into consideration. That's come before us before.
We did. To the greatest extent practical, we try to use plants that are known to be deer resistant, and everybody gets a chuckle whenever I say that because as soon as I put a plant in, they eat it in my own yard too. but to the greatest extent practical, we're trying to use plants that are deer resistant. So that nothing's really deer proof, but deer resistant. One thing that they tend to really like to eat is new stuff. So it's kind of in our best interest to make sure that we're going to be protecting those for that first year because I know in my own yard, as soon as you put something in, it's like they smell it and they just go and they just eat that one new thing. It's more they want to try it. They're animalistic in that way. So it'll behoove us to be able to try and protect them to the greatest extent practical, whether or not that's a an organic spray like garlic spray or something like that might be on there. Maybe there's particular plants that we're concerned with, like there's some inkberry that are in there that are broadleaf evergreens. In the wintertime, we may have to put a little bit of netting around that one little group of them. But yeah.
And the coverage for the basins, you spoke, obviously shrubbery, but you mentioned the fence. That's gonna be too much posted rail type fence. Is that gonna be actually?
The fencing around is for safety, actually. Mr. Cato may be able to speak more to this, but it's just a chain link fence from what we needed for security purposes around the basins. So we're just going to try and hide the fence with putting plants in front of it. So you'll have the safety component of the fence, but try to block the fence from the street. And from the neighbors, I mean, from the neighbors, and also certainly from the tenants that are going to be, or not tenants, but the homeowners that are going to be part of this development. We don't want them having to look at them either. So,
Thank you. Anything else?
thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I also have the traffic engineer here, but rather than bring him up to give more time to the public, I'll just leave him if the public has any questions or if the board has any questions, because I also want to give Mr. Tights, who's a solicitor in East Greenwich, an opportunity to also give his input with regards to the discussions that we've had concerning both curb cut, drainage, and the sidewalks. So with that, if you have any more questions of the applicant, we'll just reserve at this point, allow the public to speak and Mr. Tights to speak as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Before I open up public hearing, I just want to let everybody know, everybody will have a chance to speak. If you want to duplicate somebody's remarks, just come up and say, I agree with them. So we can get through this, but I'm not rushing anybody. So I'll entertain a motion to open up public hearing.
Motion made. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anybody in the audience would like to come up and speak? Right here, sir, you've been very patient, and I'll get to everybody.
May take me a few minutes. I'll explain why.
It's okay.
I'm going to spell my first name for you. Jene. Gene, not Sinead. Thank you. Austin, Austin, 246 Crompton Road, East Greenwich. Got a lot of questions. I'm grandfathered in. I've lived on Crompton Road for better than 50 years. So here we go. Is the site going to be completely clear cut, as I expect, before you start building?
I'm sorry, is your site going to be completely clear?
Clear cut, I'm sorry.
If you want to come up and answer, sure.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, most of these are going to be probably for you.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. So, want to answer now?
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Right, so, okay, due to the grade changes on site, yes, the areas within the limits of disturbance will be clear cut. That's not the entirety of the site. There's buffering, as we mentioned, in areas that are undisturbed, especially to the north end of the site. And there's some areas along the frontage of Crompton Road, that between the limit of disturbance of the pavement. That would
Could you
be-
speak into the microphone?
Okay.
The limit of disturbance is shown on the plans. It's difficult to read, but anything inside that limit of disturbance will likely be impacted by construction. Anything outside of the limit of disturbance will be left intact, save for anything that Mr. Alverson mentioned earlier with regard to existing landscaping.
You stay where you are. Sure. You're moving away.
Get the microphone.
Yeah, speak into the
Oh, I'm sorry. The area immediately abutting Crompton Road for the length of your development. Is there any reason why you won't be, or you plan to develop that with vegetation and so forth, or as opposed to leaving it to where it is? It's a mess and it's a garbage dump. That'd be a plus. Right out to
You're
the edge
asked
of Crompton Road, from the end of your development
on
right out.
sheet L1, which is the sheet on the board right now, you can see areas that are white are inside the limit of disturbance. Areas that show the background aerial photography are areas that would be undisturbed. So there are areas between the pavement and the site that are going to remain undisturbed.
That's
with-
exactly what I'm talking about.
with the exceptions of items that Mr. Alverson talked about earlier with regard to trash cleanup or whatever. And then additionally, there's buffering on the backside, on the site side of that existing vegetation. The areas that would be open to the pavement are access points.
I guess what I'm saying is, that would be a plus if you would clean that area up too. Right out to the edge of the road. It's a stinking mess and people throw garbage out on it all the time. It's gonna be negative for your development, and it's already negative for the people who live there. Okay? Who are you gonna be marketing these homes to? Who's gonna buy them? What type of families? I'm talking about numbers of people more than anything else.
They're two-bedroom units, so they're not really conducive to families. There will be some that may live here, but these are predominantly one-story, or they're all one-story, two-bedroom units, which lends itself to be towards either somebody who is single or somebody who is downsizing and looking for that kind of a home.
Is that what they're going to look like?
So he's referring to the architectural.
2018, are they still going to look like that?
That's correct. He's referring to the architectural rendering submitted.
Good-looking houses.
I agree.
So you really don't know who's going to buy them? Could, for instance, be families with 3 children?
Yeah, if I may, I can answer that. I think what would be helpful to know is the price point on these. So an affordable housing unit will be about $200,000. A regular price unit will be about $350,000. So that's really going to dictate the market as to who ends up buying these. So that's going to be the price point. So, and I think you'll have some families there. There's no question about it. But I think the majority of them will probably be empty nesters, so there won't be families. That's what we're anticipating. In the affordable units, the 200,000, we suspect that those will probably be more geared towards families because it's an affordable unit in an area where they otherwise wouldn't be able to buy.
Thank you. You just covered 2 or 3 of my questions. Next question. These houses going to be built on a slab, or are they going to have a full foundation?
There's a full basements.
Okay, so I know that you dug holes and you found out where the bedrock is. How far down is it?
It's actually only in one location we found it. We went down, where we did our holes, we went down to around 20 feet. And we only found it in one, we had to put a big machine in there. We found a little bit of ledge on the eastern property line, about 1/3 of the way up from Crompton Road, down at about 4 feet. And that's shown on our plans. The test hole locations are there and the depths of the ledge are shown.
So you should have no problem putting in city water and city sewage.
We hope.
Now, did I hear you clearly earlier that the city water is coming from the main that goes down Crompton Road?
That's correct.
What will the actual lot size be? Can you give us an idea?
So
And how close will the houses be one to the other?
The The houses are separated by a minimum of 20 feet. It's a condominium development, which means there are no lots associated with each unit. So the area between units and around the units is common space for the users of the development, the residents. So there's no, for instance, my yard, your yard.
Exactly, no privacy.
Well,
If
that's
I
a
could
different.
say one thing, I don't know if anybody knows the Highlands on Hopkins Hill Road in Coventry. It's similar
Yes,
to
I
that.
do, I've been in there several times.
It's similar to that. I
Okay,
wouldn't
and
say
how
exactly.
does it
but
compare with the new development across the highway behind the mobile station, where there's something like 140 houses in West Greenwich? They are about 15 to 20 feet apart.
It's similar to that. I think they're a little tighter than these are. These are a minimum of 20.
That's a plus.
Also, that site has, we have changes in grade here, but that site has a lot of changes in grade. We wouldn't anticipate to see those giant decks out the backside with 2 levels of stairs.
Those are not
to get
single
down.
units, are they?
There's a mix in there, I think.
Yeah, there's a mix, I thought.
Yeah.
These will all be single family. Will the siding all be the same color? Will the roof shingles all be the same color like the other one outfit?
Variations.
Variations, that's
Yep.
a plus. Now, what do you expect to have to do in the way of blasting?
Well, as I said, we encountered ledge in one location. So if there is the need to blast, it's all in Coventry. We would have to work with the town and the town engineer to acquire the permits to blast when needed.
It sounds like you don't anticipate much in the way of blasting.
We don't. It's a lot of gravel.
Because you've done your due diligence there, you've dug down to 20 feet.
Right.
I counted the holes, there's 12 of them.
There's actually, I think it's 19.
There's 19, I
think
missed a
so.
few?
Yeah.
Is any part of the development?
Just add, so it's our anticipation that we will not be blasting, that we'll be using a hammer, because from what the research has shown, a lot of that is already broke, and it'll just be easier to break. So we'll start with the hammer. If we can't get there, then we'll blast.
Minimal blasting.
Yeah.
we hope.
You speak in the mic, sir, please? Thank you.
Is any of the development at all, even the empty land, actually in the gravel pit?
No. That gravel pit's a separate piece of property.
Suppose they want to start blasting in that gravel pit again. Do you have any assurances that they won't? I know Coventry has kind of put a kibosh on it. I don't know how long that stands. But you're going to have all these new houses, and they're maybe going to start blasting again in that gravel pit?
If that happens, you're gonna have 80 new residents complaining.
Yeah. Guess who they're going to be looking at? Something to consider, I think. I heard the words multifamily use earlier in the evening. I'd like to know what you meant by those. It was kind of
Yeah, absolutely. So in the R20 zone, in order to permit more than one dwelling on one lot, so this is one lot with 80 dwellings on it, it's considered a multifamily use, and so it's only permitted by way of a special use permit. So as a result of that, that's the relief we're requesting. So these are not going to be, so it's multifamily because you have 80 units on one lot.
Believe it or not, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on up. I'll get to that side. I'm gonna work on this side first. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Collins, Collins. My actual living address is 3 Doane Avenue, Providence, Rhode Island. Yes, Doane. But I drove an hour to get here tonight because I do own 291 Crompton Road, which doesn't abut it, but it's very close to this property. My family has owned property on Crompton Road for over 100 years, so I believe I have a lot to say. So my first question would be, you spoke about sidewalks earlier. The side that you're talking about putting sidewalks on is the telephone pole side of Crompton Road. So if your development gets ADA sidewalks, why doesn't Crompton Road get ADA sidewalks? Because there's going to be poles in the middle or something you're going to have to move.
The reason that the reason the sidewalks are on that side of the road proposed is because of when I said the real estate, what I mean is the roadway area controlled by the town, the paved area that you drive on is not necessarily in the middle of it. And in this case, it hugs the Coventry side. The pavement hugs the Coventry side. So there is not enough space to put a sidewalk between the asphalt edge of roadway and the edge of the town-controlled land on that side. So we have to put the sidewalk across the street. That's also I'm guessing one of the reasons why the utility poles are over there, because there's room in the right-of-way to put the utility poles. On our design, we do show where the utility poles are. We've located them, and our sidewalk avoids them. And you'll see in a couple of areas where the sidewalk jogs around where there's room to provide the necessary ADA widths on the sidewalk. So there are no sidewalks, no utility poles in the middle of a sidewalk proposed. That doesn't mean that the utility companies won't put one there later. But as we show it on our plan, we're avoiding those poles. Or if the pole does have to fall inside the sidewalk is wider so that you can get around the pole as required.
Okay, so that would go to maybe the traffic thing next. I have a question about traffic. If you have 80 units and a potential of 4 cars being in each of these units, that actually throws 320 cars on Crompton Road. So the person who did the traffic thing, did he do this at 2 a.m.? Because we've had our fence taken out by speeders. People do not drive 25 miles an hour on that road. In the wintertime, the snow most times is too high to make it out of your driveway. So if you can't make it out of your driveway, how are you making it so that on a lower rise of a hill, there's not going to be accidents?
I can't speak to inclement weather. Oh, for the record, Paul Bannon, Project Manager Beta Group. I can't speak to inclement weather accidents. That's a drive.
Accidents in general, if you can potentially put 320 cars, if each one can park 4, onto Crompton Road every day, plus all these trucks.
That's not going to happen.
It might.
It's not going to happen.
Well,
I can
let
tell
me
you.
tell you, it might, because the unit thing that I work in East Providence, all of a sudden there are 1 million cars who drive through there because, they want to see something. So who did the traffic study to say that it was okay for the town of East Greenwich to say, East Greenwich gets to take all this traffic, this place gets to be all lovely, and we have to deal with plowing before it, police coming through, traffic coming through, people walking by, all these things, and that seems to be okay.
Crompton Road is a border road between 2 communities.
But
It
we are
serves.
the ones who are gonna have all this dumped on us. They get all the lovely, and we get the dump. So I'm asking
We've worked closely with the town of East Greenwich. They've been involved since the original reviews started. They hired a traffic engineer that worked with us. We worked on the driveway, how they were designed. We originally had 2 full access driveways. We worked with them to create the boulevard driveway and the exit-only driveway. We worked with them for the sidewalks.
So do you know where the exit only is actually coming out, street house number?
I don't have the exact street or pole number.
Because I'm still asking this, because they come, I used to own 270 Crompton Road, and when my children would be getting on the bus, there were head-on accidents because people just speed down there and they don't give a crap.
And I agree.
But that's also gonna become East Greenwich's problem because we're gonna have to deal with them for traffic and police and fire to come in if there's problems. And all these trucks going all over the roads. There's a lot of things that I feel have not been brought up tonight as construction equipment. People, the water issue of, we get decent water now, city water-wise, so adding 80 houses, are they gonna add a pump station in there to provide more water?
That engineering component all gets done through the local communities, their engineering department, public safety. So all those answers are done through the review process, and it's a very thorough and detailed review process through both the town and the state agencies. And in this instance, we had to go through both communities to make this work for both.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily know if it'll work for East Greenwich, but that's their opinion. So I wanna address the culvert that they wanna put in across Crompton Road, where that water problem is gonna be. If it clogs, cause it has clogged in the past, it floods the entire street. Now, is this new thing that you're putting in gonna totally avoid that?
The
Cause that's where
culvert-
Crompton Road turns into Arnold Road, am I correct? Is that where you wanna move it?
Arnold Road,
Arnold Road
does
comes
it
up
go
to
all the
that-
way across the intersection?
Arnold Road goes all the way across the intersection. When you hit the curve at the first house, like the first house directly across from the state garage there.
So
I believe that's where the culvert is.
the culvert is right around where the sidewalk ends. It's not far from where the
Okay,
sidewalk
yeah,
ends
so that
today.
would be what-
Any work that would be proposed and built, designed and built around this new culvert would have to be worked through with the town of East Greenwich and the state of Rhode Island. So
Yeah, it's right on the line.
or the
Hold
town,
on,
whatever,
you can come
whatever.
up- You can come up and speak,
Yeah,
but
come on.
Let me rephrase my comment. I can answer the question. Any municipalities that have jurisdiction over that section of roadway would have input in the design parameters and inspection of construction procedures of that culvert. In addition, it's because there's a wetland associated with that, or an area subject to stormwater flowage, there's some kind of a DEM jurisdiction there. The state would also have input on that. And when we go through the design processes with the towns and with the state, we have to provide operation and maintenance procedures that the towns or whoever is maintaining these facilities have to abide by. What we can't do is enforce those operation and maintenance procedures. So in reality, it comes down to whichever municipality has jurisdiction over that area, if and when it is built, would have to maintain it properly.
Okay, so my other question would be is, it would be probably for the person who talked about the landscaping. Do you plan on having to bring in topsoil, obviously trees, those types of things in order to make this development? I'm just thinking about all the trucks that are gonna have to go down the road.
Yes, for proper planting procedures, we would have to bring in material for that. There's a lot of exposed soil that's out there right now, just kind of gravel.
I used to play there when I was a kid, so
Oh,
I
nice.
know what it looks like.
Yes. So certainly where we have new lawn areas, we're going to have to bring in 4 to 6 inches of loam to be able to get the grass to grow on that. There is existing loam on the site in certain places. Where possible, we would be stripping and stockpiling it, screening it, and re-putting it there. But yes, it would require construction procedures to be able to put the new material in.
So, stay here for 1 minute. So my question would be then, what type of things, because you talked about wildlife. At night, I don't know if there was any surveys done at night, most houses have between 10, 15, 20 deer in their yards at night. There's been black bear over there, all kinds of things. So if you're taking 20 acres of land potentially where they would be, where do you think they're gonna end up and what are they gonna do? Are they gonna more head out into our land? There's a lot of impact that I don't think people are thinking about here.
So I'm not an environmental biologist, but one thing, I mean, it would be similar to any type of development that would happen in that area. If there's disturbance that happens where people live, there's animals and people that come into contact. But what we are providing is around the entire perimeter of the site. We're providing that 50-foot no-cut buffer with plants on our side of that. So there would still be a corridor between the properties where it exists right now. We're also maintaining a lot of vegetation on the north as well as along, that 40-foot wide or so swath along Crompton Road. So there's area green space, greenways around the property for them to migrate.
I have another question about the developer, that person. How are they going to keep Crompton Road from being so impacted by all these trucks, all this equipment coming through? They just put a brand new bridge and they only replaced it 30 years ago.
Any construction equipment that is on a town road would have to abide by the ordinance of those towns, the construction ordinances of those towns. And for a bridge, it might be a state issue. So a vehicle cannot legally cross a bridge if it's overweight. We can't legally take a tracked machine and run it down a paved roadway and tear up the pavement. It would have to be brought in on rubber-wheeled, rubber-tired trailers, rubber-tired trucks, and then the equipment would be unloaded off the roadway on the site. One of the first things that will happen when the site is built is the construction entrance is built, which it gives an area for the trucks to pull off the road safely, adequate room for them to turn around, and it also provides a base to, it's a larger trap rock. They call it trap rock. It's a large rock, angular rock that the trucks roll over, and it's supposed to knock any mud out of the tires and all of that stuff. In addition, we have, in our plans, we have specifications on sediment control measures to keep any sediments that may come off the site from construction equipment on the site and dealt with appropriately. There's watering procedures on our plan set, so if we have a windstorm come through and there's areas of exposed fine materials, the water has to be spread to try to keep the dust down. These are all items that is required by the towns, both of East Greenwich and of Coventry, and the state of Rhode Island. And any contractor would have to comport with that. It's in our RIPD's permit that would be on site, and it's subject to inspections.
Okay. I have one last question, I believe would be for the developer. At what point in your HOA, capacity-wise, do the owners take over of the HOA?
So that would usually be 80%. So once 80% of these units have been sold, then the control switches over to the homeowner association, which would be actually it's a condominium association.
Right. So in that case, they would be able to change the HOA if they chose. Am I correct or not?
No, they still can't change it until all the units are sold.
All right, and then once they're all sold.
So then they can change, yeah.
Then they can change it.
Yeah.
And what would be their parameters on changing anything?
What they can't change are these approvals. So the only thing they can change are governance issues with respect to the condominium association, but they cannot change the requirements of approval. So they can't change issues such as drainage requirements. Anything that's governed by ordinances, state statute, or the conditions of approval or the plans that submitted, those can't be changed.
So on that HOA, at this point, there's no quote-unquote clubhouse that's going to be built in
Right.
there. So at this point, it's just what excess land is going to be for.
It's an area identified for recreation. So that's going to be.
It's also going to be for their mailboxes.
That's right, and those are common areas, so that would be subject to their governance. So they can determine, whether they want to put bushes there, whether they want to put a tennis court there, however they want to govern it.
So then my other question will go back to the plowing issue. If it's private, then they just have their own plowing
That's right.
issue.
That's correct.
So where are they not going to be able to plow out into the town of East Greenwich? They'd have to internally plow into their own property.
That's right. That's right. And we've provided for adequate areas for plowing to store their snow.
Okay,
Yeah.
but my question will go back to the traffic issue. Living there from the time I was a little kid, I just can't see that visually either any of that on that side would be overly safe. I understand the road in, but the road out, you've still got that rise in the hill. And people, they drive 60, 70 miles an hour at times. So how are we not going to have terrible accidents on the road now that we're adding 80 units to it?
So Our traffic engineer and the town of East Greenwich's traffic engineer both reviewed the accident data that they had as well as sight line distances. The report that was prepared by Paul was reviewed by East Greenwich's traffic engineer. They prepared a separate report, and that's what created the ultimate driveway that you see there and the means of access. And it was also reviewed by Coventry, but Paul knows.
Yes, this is the property frontage, and we've situated the driveways a distance away from the crest of the curve, and they'll be signed accordingly. With the addition of traffic, especially turning traffic into and out of this property, that in itself is going to have a calming effect on, because cars today there's no one in front of them and they're driving 50 because they can.
Well, not necessarily, because they just jack up. They come up over the top of the hill near my house, they jack up, and then all of a sudden move straight away and they start speeding. But if there's traffic at the bottom of the hill and someone's going 50 when you come over the top.
We're situated further enough away from that crest.
But who is going to be, I'm assuming it's East Greenwich who's going to have to deal with the traffic. It's not your development, it's the people that live in East Greenwich. We're gonna have to be dealing with all that more traffic, because sometimes that traffic backs up past my house almost to where Party owns the property before you, daily. It backs up. And there's constant traffic. I can't back out of it. I'm at my parents' house, I can't back out of the driveway. My alarms go off on my car because people just drive like nuts. Right before my mother died, someone came, creamed the tree, took out the fence.
Again, and that's.
I mean, it could be any road. I'm just concerned adding 80 units to this is just asking for problems. Huge problems that maybe people can't foresee.
That's your opinion. Okay,
I know it's my opinion, but I've owned property close to 60 years, or been there close to 60 years on that street, where somebody's just coming in and a little person's going, well, okay, I don't know how many days it was studied.
I am very familiar with the area. I've worked on many of the projects.
But you do realize that Nottingham they got locked for the same particular reason I'm asking you. They don't have their egress out of there because of the way they're blocked, the way it comes out.
And it was.
We gated it. We had it gated because
Because
that's what I'm
didn't want
concerned about.
because you didn't want
really
traffic from
concerned
another
about that.
community.
You know, and the houses might be lovely, but, you know, I've got to sell this piece of property, and now I'm gonna say, oh, there's always all these more cars. Lucky you. And I'm just afraid that, I mean, okay, they're $300,000 and $200,000 houses, but they won't have traffic in them. They'll have all these lovely streets and all these things, and we get the traffic.
Well,
And
they're
that's my problem. My biggest problem with the whole thing is the traffic issue. It might be lovely and you're putting all these wonderful plants, but I just potentially see problems, huge problems.
Crompton Road is not per se a high volume roadway.
Oh, it is a high volume road. It is a high volume road.
It
You
services.
can't get your mail and not get.
That's.
I'm not gonna keep fighting you, but
Okay.
that's how I feel. And I feel
Okay.
that the town of Coventry should really seriously consider those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side would like to come up and speak?
Good afternoon, good evening. Mary Paquette, P-A-Q-U-E-T, Medieval Way. So I'm not sure if this was discussed, but I don't remember them talking about drainage on the West Warwick side, because when the neighborhood went in 28 years ago, a lot of people had flooding in their basements. And this neighborhood is higher than the Medieval Way side, and I'm just concerned about drainage.
Would anybody like to answer that?
Along the eastern property line, which is the West Warwick side of the property, there's a system of yard drains and pipes. And the intent is any water that's running off the property toward that property line will be collected before it reaches the property line, and it's brought and then deposited into any of the various basins throughout the property. Many of the basins, left to right, are centralized in the property. So it pulls that water away from the edges of the property. The runoff analysis that we have done incorporates the West Warwick side as well as all the surrounding abutters. And we've determined where the water goes today and where it would go in the future. And we've taken steps to make sure that the water runoff is either stays as it is today or is reduced from what is today. And the intent being we aren't allowed by state statute to negatively impact our neighbors. So the design has parameters in it that accounts for ways of mitigating that we call mitigating that runoff so that it does not impact any communities. It stays on the site and goes into the ground.
And just a comment. I'm just not sure why you would waive or think about waiving open space for residential when they kind of based it on commercial property. Like I would think you'd want residential to be a certain percentage of open space. Just a comment, it seems like way too many houses.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Come on up.
Jerry Goodman on Goodman on 210 Crompton Road. A question that was being addressed about the drainage, and something I don't know. How is the water table affected in the area by the way this drain? I mean, you're taking up a lot of surface area with structures and construction. How is the water table affect? I wouldn't know. The engineer might know. How would this affect the water table in the area in general?
The engineer will know much better than me.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Water tables are tricky because they can vary substantially throughout the state of Rhode Island. On this site, we have we're fortunate in that we have we call good soils, which means they infiltrate the water well. It goes into the ground quickly. And when we dug down to the levels we had to dig down to for our testing, we didn't find, at the bottom of our test holes, we didn't find any evidence of water tables. So the water table here is at a level that is well below any of the development we'd be doing. Whether that's because of the natural geology, or it's likely because of the deep hole next door in the graveling operation and the quarry that happened next door, the water table is, in this case, very low. We have to design our stormwater detention and infiltration and water quality facilities to be separated from groundwater by a certain amount. And part of the reasoning in that is to allow for water quality to do its job. And another reason is because it helps to disperse water evenly and get it back to where it would go under current conditions. We're tasked with trying to keep water in the same general vicinity of where it is today. I'm talking about surface water, so when a raindrop falls here today and it infiltrates underneath my feet, you're trying to get it as close as you can to that place in the future. And in doing that, the hope is that you minimize any impacts that you may have. On this site, because of the soils that we have and because of the depth or lack of water table encountered in our test holes, I don't anticipate any water table issues as a result of the proposed development.
So in the adjoining area, you wouldn't expect.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you would, I guess you wouldn't expect it to affect water table in the surrounding area.
That's correct. I would not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we made it to this side. Gentleman in the back, please. Get to you next.
Ray Bennett, 21 Medieval Way, West Warwick, Rhode Island. I was one of the first to buy in Nottingham back in 1991. Prior to getting ready to close, the development was shut down because they were illegally dumping construction debris on the site. It took them about 45 days to clear it out, and then they could resume. So I'd like to ask this developer if they're planning on dumping stuff on site where they can bury it. That's one of my concerns.
Obviously, we would want to make sure that all proposed infrastructure, utility, roadway, buildings, foundations are stable and secure, and we wouldn't, we have specifications on our plans, there are technical specifications, there are town specifications we have to adhere to for things like compaction rates and size of rocks and boulders that you can put in different places. So we do not anticipate dumping any unsuitables on site. If we have material that's excess that can be stockpiled in an area, even for a short time, we may do that. If there are areas that are not proposed for any development where we could put fill, then the fill would go there, but the fill has to be placed in lifts and it has to meet certain standards on our plan set. So you wouldn't necessarily see a contractor digging a hole and putting stumps in it, something along that line. This would be, that's not sound construction techniques, if that's what you were driving. As far as litter or other debris, obviously that you can't legally bury that on site anyway.
No, they did, but the development was stopped because that's what they were doing. Another thing that I have is, I know this gentleman, this crew is saying they won't have to blast. They will. We all know they will. But there has to be like a time that they're gonna do it and somehow give a warning to the neighbors or shoot out an email, hey, Mondays between 1 and 3, there has to be some of that. That's one thing.
There will be.
You know,
It's
that's
required.
something that definitely has to be done.
The
You
equipment
have
is
to.
much better today than it was back then.
I'm sure it is,
Much
but still, today you hear a bang and everybody's running like hell, so, we get that.
Understandable.
My next thing is, I've lived in Rhode Island my whole life. East Greenwich has stopped everything. How all of a sudden does the East Greenwich give their go-ahead for this? What are they getting? What is the town of East Greenwich getting from this development? And we can all say nothing, but it has to be something. Because there was a woman here 2 years ago that said she worked and these folks said we didn't need East Greenwich's approval. Lady's not here. There's turmoil in the town of East Greenwich. And now all of a sudden East Greenwich doesn't have a problem with this development. Something's not right. It smells fishy. It's Rhode Island. It's fishy. That's all I can say.
I'll let the solicitor speak to the East Greenwich issue, but with regards to blasting, we will follow the proper blasting protocol that's issued by the state. So if in the event that the hammering doesn't succeed and we have to do blasting, then we'll do the proper blasting protocol, which requires notification to the state fire marshal, notification to abutters, notice, time restricts, and all of that, and then we'll clearly hire the proper licensed contractor to do the blasting. So we'll follow all that. They're also bonded. So we don't have an issue that if your board wants to put a condition that we have to follow blasting protocols in the event that there is blasting, we'll do that anyways. But as a safety valve, we have no objection to that. Thank you.
Sir, you're next.
Robert Vespia, 155 Shippeytown. I live on the other side of 95 from this. And when they were doing the blasting at Nottingham, my house shook. So I was there then. I was just wondering, since they are having full basements, I thought the original plan with this, they were going to be slab development. But since they are talking full basements, are they going to have deed restrictions on their bedrooms? Are they going to be able to convert their garages to bedrooms? They're saying, oh, they're people for downsizing and empty nesters and all this other stuff. We don't want people, because I know of another condo development that they started developing, making bedrooms in their basement. So that's going to throw the whole population estimation right out the window. And all the other stuff I agreed with, except for the traffic study guy. He hasn't lived there long enough to determine that it's not a highly traveled road. You may be an expert, but sorry, I disagree. I've been there over 30 years myself. And when my wife is driving up the road, slowing down to pull in the driveway, and she gets passed on both sides, something's wrong. So, and gotta agree with Sandy that, yeah, the traffic study, it looks good on paper. Unless you spend more than 2 weeks, you gotta spend more time to get the whole gist of it. You just can't do a traffic study over a couple of weeks and say, this is how it is all the time. It isn't. And as far as the traffic being backed up on Arnold Road, around the bend onto Crompton Road, it's happened more since they changed and put the crosswalks at the intersection. Because whether or not anybody pushes the button, you gotta wait for those walk signals to time down. And I think they shouldn't be that way. They should be, that you should address the state to say they only work when somebody pushes the button, because that's messing up traffic at that intersection terribly. Now the guy with the trees, he wants to put trees that hopefully the deer won't eat close to the road, blocking the drainage basin. I have a problem with that, because if the deer decide they like them, and if some people are driving down the road, it's gonna be a hazard with the deer running in front of cars. So I think that ought to be rethought. It may look good on paper, but we're talking reality again. And my understanding is it's gonna be a private trash pickup, so they're not gonna have the dumpsters that were proposed before out at the edge of the road by Crompton Road. That's a plus. And the catch basin, the retention pond, for lack of a better term, that they talk about, they were talking about having it fenced in and everything else, which, in my opinion, that impedes maintenance of it. And the perfect example of that is the one that's behind the Coventry CVS in East Greenwich, that gets all overgrown and not maintained, and it looks like, pardon my French, hell. So I would rather see a underground retention area like they put at New England Tech. That's covered. They didn't have to put a fence around it. It just looks like a area that there's no grass, but they can maintain up to it, and it looks fine. If you don't believe me, drive by it, look by. It's just on the side west of the roundabout, just on the other side of the stone wall between the road and the parking lot.
Thank you, sir. That lady in the back, she's been waiting a while. Come on up.
My name is Beverly Carlson, and I live at 23 Longfellow Drive in Coventry. I built my house in 1974. I've been there for 45 years, and I'm sad to even know that this development is even going to possibly take place, or it seems like it is. It seems like it's more concerned about money and profit than it is about the people that live in the area. When Mr. Carty had his quarry and used to blast, my foundation was destroyed and damaged, my walls in the house, and my entire backyard is ledge, so I find it very hard to believe that they won't have to do any blasting. In the 100-year flood in 2010, the whole first floor of my house was destroyed. $50,000 worth of damage. So water from that development is of a large concern to me and to my family. I have 3 grandsons that I'm raising. I'll be 74 years old next month, and the worry of all these construction issues and all these people here that are these professionals that know a lot more or present themselves a lot better than I can. I'm just an average person, and I don't think that any of these people here, Mr. Mancini or Mr. Cato or the owner of that property, I don't think they care one bit about the residents or the people that live there. They don't live at 23 Longfellow Drive or at Nottingham. And as I said, I moved here 45 years ago because I loved Coventry and the nature and the simplicity of this area. I don't think the development is necessary. Way too many units. 80 units is way too many units. And I concur with most of the people that spoke this evening. I agree with what they've said. And I'm very sad to think that money and monetary gain mean more to the town of Coventry than the residents that live near this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, come on up.
Thank you. I'm John Hughes, Hughes, 310 Crompton Road. I agree, 80 is the wrong number here. In an R20 zone, to have 80 units on 21 acres, the math just doesn't work. When I look at the eastern side of the property, I count 5 houses in West Warwick on R10 zone. Correspondingly, I count 8 houses in what's supposed to be an R20 zone in Coventry. I don't think that looks right. It sounds like all of the exceptions, and you pointed out the fee variance, the fee waiver they were looking for. It sounds like they're trying to do things as cheaply as possible. The rebar instead of the granite bounds, the sidewalks. I'm a huge fan of sidewalks. I was here before this board whenever Coventry Crossing was coming in and encouraged the sidewalks be built there because Center of New England had set the standard, had set the bar high, and I think sidewalks are great. One will go right in front of my house if this goes through, and I'm happy to see that. I would sure like to see concrete for the entire length of the sidewalks and not asphalt where there are gravel drives. It looks Mickey Mouse. They talk about recreation areas. It seems to me that a concrete pathway around a storm retention pond is not much of a recreation area. I'd like to see them do more. They talked about an open space percentage relief, talking about the single family standard versus the mixed use standard. I think if they're going to sell themselves as looking like a single family use development, regardless of whether it's condominium ownership or single family home ownership, that you ought to follow the single family home standard for open space. Question about the off-site sidewalks. Why is permission needed from CVS's owner and from the state? I thought that this was all on the right-of-way.
Can you answer that, please? Thank you.
The reason those two properties were highlighted in the presentation is because those are areas where there is not enough room in the right-of-way, so work has to happen on private property for those two owners.
Okay. Thank you.
And we actually asked the developer for sidewalks, because this board, like you,
Right.
agrees.
Mhm.
Because for the pedestrian traffic, we didn't want them walking out in the street if they wanted to go to center of New England.
Sure.
So we asked the developer to put the sidewalks.
Great, thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Thanks.
So I live at 310 Crompton Road, and I do see people pretty much every day. Not a lot of pedestrians there, but people do walk down to CVS or Center of New England, so I'm happy to see that. I'm a little bit concerned about the safety at the crosswalk that goes across Crompton Road, and I'm wondering what are we going to ask the developer to do to make sure that people can cross there safely? Because as Sandy and others have said, people go more than 25 miles an hour down our road, and I don't know what I need to see there. I know in some places they do speed bumps or speed humps or things like that, and I know you'd have to work with the town of East Greenwich because it's East Greenwich's road, but I think that something ought to be done there so that you just don't have painted stripes across Crompton Road and people coming up there too fast and not able to see and anticipate that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up on two of those points, Mr. Cato? The driveway aprons you were proposing for where homeowners had sidewalks that would end, let's say, at a gravel drive, were you proposing for asphalt aprons or concrete all the way across?
No, it would be an asphalt driveway apron.
So you'll
and
have
a concrete sidewalk coming right to the
to
driveway.
a regular transition. And are you proposing any signage, or is that still something you have to work out with the town of East Greenwich as far as the pedestrian crossing ahead or something of that nature?
There's signage on the off-site improvement plan. There is signage shown for a crosswalk ahead. It's located each side of the crosswalk, and that has been worked out with the appropriate engineering staffs of both towns. So.
Okay, yeah, and then basically the town of East Greenwich has the jurisdiction on that anyway.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Come on up, man.
Good evening, Lourdes Rodriguez, Lourdes, D-E-S, Rodriguez, Rodriguez, 27 Medieval Way, West Warwick. 27 Medieval Way, West Warwick. Okay. So I've been here in Rhode Island for only 8 months. This is right, one of those that are next to the new project. And so every morning when I wake up, I just take my breakfast looking at the woods. I am asthmatic, and I'm a little bit concerned about the pollution that is going to get generated once they start demolishing all the trees and once they start constructing and doing all of this work. So they talked about building a wall of I think it was like 2 meters, something like that, 2 feet tall. So I'm a little concerned of where is that wall going to look in the map?
We're proposing a 50-foot buffer along the eastern property line, and we're calling it a no-cut zone, which means we're not doing any construction work inside that area. That's why it's still shown. The property line is here. You can still see the woods in between. In order to maintain that buffer and do the grading we had to do on site, we'll have to construct a retaining wall along this buffer line. It's not on the property line, it's 50 feet off the property line or more, so that we don't impact the grades, the existing grading inside that buffer. It's a small wall, it'll be like a knee wall, to allow us to do the construction work inside the site and preserve that buffer. So it's right along, it would be on the back side of your house, but it would be 50 feet beyond your back property line.
Okay. And then the construction, you said there's going to have a basement. Is it going to be 1 floor or 2 floors?
These are 1 story with a full basement. So the living area is on the main floor and then a basement below.
So the other question is, you talk about the people that will have the non-affordable houses. Will they also be required to pay the fee for the HOB?
Yes, they will.
So how will they afford it if they can hardly afford a house? How will they be able to pay the fee also?
That's up to them to pay.
So someone had something to agree with someone. I do a lot of Beverly Carlson. I do a lot, thank you. I do a lot of volunteer work, and I can assure you that people that can't afford a home or get a home aren't going to be able to afford an HOA either. So I'm very perplexed about that. I just wanted to agree with her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, and is there any way that the pollution can get controlled once the construction starts and the noise? Because one of the things I love of that place is like it's very silent. I mean, I had an option of really taking houses wherever I wanted to. And the reason I selected that one is because it's away from the main road and it's very silent. So is there any way we're gonna kind of control pollution and noise?
I'll treat the pollution part of that question first. So I mentioned before, there are specifications on the plans. So the contractor has to follow these rules that make sure that things like dust don't happen. And so they have to water, they have trucks that go and spray water on the property when they're moving around to try to keep that dust pollution down. There's, you'll see hay bales, or they have now what they call silt socks, which are a long tube filled with some compost or something, and that keeps the sand, if there is any, on the construction side and prevents it from going into the non-disturbed areas. As far as noise, and the chairman mentioned earlier today that the equipment that's used today, assuming the contractor has newer equipment, is a lot quieter. The equipment is better than it used to be. But construction equipment is construction equipment. And we will be limited by any statutes that the town has or the state has. And that includes excessive noise beyond the periods that are the time periods that are specified in the town ordinance. So they're limited to construction or any excess noise by whatever statutes that are in place in the town and state that they're working in. You know, obviously, everybody tries to work with the community and work with the neighbors, but they also want to get the job done so that the noise ends altogether. So it's a little give and take.
My last comment or question, I don't know how to express it. If you see the houses, the space between each one of them is pretty reasonable, right? If you see the houses, they're gonna be all packed one together. So the amount of noise that we're used to having where we live right now is gonna change dramatically, right? Because you can imagine people having parties or whatever. On this section, the noise is gonna be extremely louder than what we're used to, but it's just disappointing for me getting a house where I'm looking forward to see the autumn and how the trees are gonna change and the beautiful nature. And now knowing that it's gonna change soon, it's very, very disappointing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have one more person, Mr. Tice. Do you mind?
I don't know, I'm perfect, I'm
Okay.
deliberately waiting for everybody else.
Thank you.
Oh, Jerry Goodman, Crompton Road. One real quick question. Do they have an estimate of time of construction? In other words, when they actually first start the first bit of construction till it's finished?
That's a good question.
In our narrative, we submitted for preliminary plan some time ago and have been working out details along the way. And in our narrative, we state construction starts July of this year, which obviously didn't happen, and would go through June of 2021, I think, 2 years, right? That was that 2 years? So it'd be approximately 2 years, and that depends on market conditions, but that's the idea.
Sure, come on up.
Andy said I could go. Robert Vespia. If there's a timetable on the off-site improvements being done, beginning, middle, end, maybe, it will happen.
Could you answer that, please? Timetable on the off-site improvement.
I can only say that it's subject to any agreements with the towns. It's something that the town can state that they wish it to be done at a certain period of construction. Obviously, it doesn't need to be utilized for this development until the development starts selling homes. But a large piece of that puzzle is the ability to do work on private property and the ability to obtain any permits from DEM and how long that would take. The actual timetable of construction to complete that project would not be long. You know, you can imagine it's not a really large amount of sidewalk, but to get the necessary permits in line may take some time.
Thank you.
Sure. John Hughes. Will the town of Coventry require that the developer put up a performance bond for the off-site improvements that can't be released until those improvements are done?
Would you like to take that, Mr. Tattrie?
I was going to refer to the solicitor, because normally we would, if the infrastructure improvements would be done in the town of Coventry, but they're going to be done in the town of East Greenwich. So I'm not really sure how that's going to work in this situation, but I am sure that a performance bond would be requested and put forth. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I think Mr. Tights might have something to say about that.
I'll
I
just
think
cut
Mr.
that.
Mancini too.
Yeah, we'll agree to do that. And that's one of the reasons why we've got the estimate. So we'll do a performance bond on the sidewalks, and we'll post it with the town of East Greenwich, considering that it's on the town of East Greenwich property. And we did speak to East Greenwich about that.
Thanks. I never heard a good reason why there are 80 units proposed here. I don't know who can address that. It seems to me that the simple math said that there should be 42 or fewer, not 80.
I can address that. As many of the board members may recall, at master plan, we established the conceptual layout and the number of units. And that was done after an exhaustive deliberation process and discussion with Barbara Hart, who prepared an extensive report, which was an economic impact study determining how the affordable units would work in this area. It is designated as an affordable part of your comprehensive plan, so it's called for in the comprehensive plan. And then we brought in Barbara Sokoloff to go through that. We also brought in a fiscal impact study that also identified the numbers and the rationale for the numbers. That was set at master plan. What's done at preliminary plan is essentially the engineering to show that the number of units do work in conjunction with some of the other improvements that we did with East Greenwich. So it's all part of a process, and it started with the master plan. It actually started with pre-application.
So I should have come back at master plan a few years ago and said, affordable housing is a noble goal, absolutely. Why do the residents of Crompton Road and Nottingham Estates have to bear the burden of 80 new units so that 20 of them can be affordable? It's just sort of a rhetorical question.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mancini, the original application was for 156 units. Is that correct?
It was, right. Right.
And there were triplexes, right?
That's right. That's right. There were 3 bedrooms, 2
multi-units in
bedrooms.
there, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
There were
So-
3 bedrooms also.
And the reason why this spot is chosen is done so in compliance and consistent with your comprehensive plan, which has to, by state law, identify certain areas within the town which are conducive to comprehensive permits. This area has been chosen as such because of its proximity to amenities, because of the public water and public sewer being available. Other areas in Coventry don't have the likelihood or the ability to accommodate that. This area does, and for that reason, it's been identified as an area for a comprehensive permit.
Thank you.
And it's in the corner of town where nobody pays attention, is what I would suggest. Because we're in Crompton Road. I've only been there 34 years, and we keep getting put upon by a lot of different ideas for development. So they came in with 156. We compromised at 80, when really we should have wound up at 42. Okay.
We also showed the board at that point that if we do a conventional subdivision, it would accommodate 30 to 40 homes here. So that was already part of the density calculation at the beginning.
Mr. Tights, the gentleman in the back hasn't spoke yet. Can I hear from him first? Thank you.
Thomas Ruskowski, Roskowski. I live at 122 Crompton Road. Wasn't there a proposal shot down for 36 units not too long ago? In that same place? It was, I learned this at this meeting.
I've been on since '07, and it was before my time.
Okay. I learned it at the last meeting, so no one knows of it?
Only if it was what Mr. Mancini just referred to. They did a calculation, I think.
I'm not sure. I know it was someone on the board here did say it, that they shot down 36 units.
No.
Sure, come on up. Name, please, again.
Sandra Collins. Thank you.
Address?
291 Crompton Road, East Greenwich. That's the property that I own in East Greenwich.
Thank you.
My one more, I'm going to say this to the board, I guess, and we can add it to traffic, because I really have this big problem about traffic. Certain times of year on Crompton Road, when you are coming up and heading into Coventry, the sun hits you right where this proposed development is, and it blinds you. Totally, totally blinds you. And my concern is if we're gonna have a crosswalk there, we're gonna have cars coming in and out at that time of year, people may not be seen. And it's, I just really, like I said before, I have a huge problem with the traffic issue, a huge problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else before Mr. Tights comes up? Come on up, Mr. Tights. She said after, but after.
I'll try to talk slowly. Andrew Tights, T as in Thomas, EITZ, attorney with offices at 2 William Street in Providence, Rhode Island, and I'm here representing the town of East Greenwich as the East Greenwich Town Solicitor, as I was a special counsel for them a couple of years ago at Master Plan. And I just want to make clear, just at the beginning, we are not here supporting this project, nor are we objecting to it, provided that certain conditions are met. I know there was concerns, what is the town of East Greenwich getting out of it? And I know that's a common thought, you know, we shouldn't allow anything unless we're getting out of it, something out of it. There is a developable piece of property here. It's up to you to decide how much development should be there in the density, and that's up to you. The concern that the town of East Greenwich had is because a lot of the impacts would be falling on the town of East Greenwich. And a lot of that was dealt with at Master Plan. A separate agreement a settlement agreement was signed with the developer, and those were also incorporated as conditions into Master Plan development. And just for the benefit of some of the people here who might not have been here 2 years ago, that does include the reduction of the number of units, the change from one entranceway to 2 entranceways, and one of those is in only, and getting the school buses off of Crompton Road, that the school buses would be doing their stops internally. The developer will be reimbursing the town of East Greenwich for its peer review on the traffic. The town did in fact have its own traffic expert review their traffic report. The construction of the sidewalks is considered a significant benefit. The developer will pay, East Greenwich has impact fees for all of the development. Approximately 15% of that impact fee is attributable to the traffic and roadway issues. So the developer has agreed that they will pay that percent. They're not going to pay anything towards schools or recreation or whatnot because the town of East Greenwich won't be providing that, but we will be providing it for the roadway, less a credit for what they actually spend on the sidewalk. So that was what was agreed to before. And just to follow up on that, the town of East Greenwich will cooperate with the developer as far as co-signing applications to DEM and DOT as necessary for the sidewalks. We would expect, though, the bond to be to the town of East Greenwich so that we're not left holding the bag either if these sidewalks are not done. Then we come to now with preliminary plan. And there's a lot more detail. The drainage obviously wasn't engineered at Master Plan. And we look at the preliminary plan and we see that most of the water is coming to East Greenwich. It's coming downhill, it's coming to East Greenwich, and it's going to be most of it, the vast majority is going to be stored on the East Greenwich side. And we're downhill. And so if there's any failure with the drainage structures, either as designed or failure to maintain them in the future, which is often the problem, that's going to become a problem for the town of East Greenwich because it's going to spill over onto Crompton Road. If it's the wintertime and freezes, it's going to be a safety hazard. It's going to put the town in violation of its own EPA discharge permits. It could cause wetlands problems for the wetlands farther down. It could cause problems for the residents across the road. So that has been our major concern. And we have met and talked with the developers, and we've had representatives, the town engineer and the town planner from East Greenwich, along with staff from the town of Coventry. And the town of East Greenwich, as I said, would not oppose this, provided basically 2 specific requirements here. And this has been submitted in writing as well, but again, for the benefit of the people here in the audience. The first one is that your approval be expressly conditioned upon an intergovernmental agreement pursuant to the Interlocal Cooperation Act, which is Chapter 45-40.1 of the Rhode Island General Laws. And this is basically a law that allows local municipalities to cooperate on jurisdictional things. It can be simple things like, yard waste going from one community to another, mutual aid with fire or police, or in this case, our concern is that if the condo association doesn't properly maintain the structures, if it were an East Greenwich development, we would come in, we would clean it out ourselves, our public works would do it, and then we would be able to put a lien on the property so that the property owner would reimburse. We don't have that power in the town of Coventry. And the property that's in the town of East Greenwich will only be the association property. Now, it is a condo association, and technically that could flow through to the others, but that would be a major hassle. We don't want to be suing 80 homeowners. So what we would want this intergovernmental agreement to provide would be that the town of East Greenwich would have the direct power to put a lien on the condo association property and the individual condo owners for the cost of any remediation which we have to do to the drainage. This would be an addition. If Coventry had to do it as well, that'd be fine. But if we have to come in and do any because it's coming downhill into East Greenwich, we want the ability to put that lien directly. And if the town of East Greenwich Town Council and the Coventry Town Council agree and sign this agreement, that is legal. And just for your information, I have met with the town of East Greenwich Town Council, and they have approved the idea in concept. Obviously, we have to have the language, but they have approved it in concept. And both, just so you know, both the Coventry Code of Ordinances, the Coventry Charter and the East Greenwich Charter and Ordinances provide for this sort of thing as well. And then the second thing is that it be specifically conditioned on a review of the approval of the condominium documents, including without limitation, the public offering statement, bylaws, the budget, and that system maintenance plan by the East Greenwich Town Solicitor, me or perhaps my successor, to ensure that the duty to maintain that drainage system is sufficiently set forth and that sufficient funds are allocated within the budget to maintain the system. I do think that's important. Someone alluded to it here. What about, aren't there dues? Aren't they going to pay it? How are they going to have to pay it? Well, as far as the affordable units, whatever monitoring agent there is, if it's a local one, Rhode Island Housing, whatever, that's going to be one of the calculations as affordable. They're going to say, okay, how much do you have to pay for housing includes taxes, and it's also going to include those dues. And then, okay, here's what you've got left over to pay for mortgage, interest, and principal, and still make it affordable. So those dues have to be calculated up front, and I want to make sure that those dues are enough to be able to cover the cost of maintaining that system. My concern is that they would be lowballed on the dues to say, we're not going to spend any money on doing it, and then that would just encourage and hasten the failure of the system. Now, it's not perfect. Future condominium, 80%, the owners come in and they cut the dues going forward in the budget and skimp on the maintenance. That may happen. But at least we would make sure we weren't starting off with a deficit, that we were starting off with a plan to fully maintain it. And then, as I mentioned, the ability to lien the property would provide the fallback if it isn't maintained. So with those conditions, with you making those the conditions of your approval, the town of East Greenwich would not object to this. Any questions?
So does our solicitor would like to have any input on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I received a document on Friday from Mr. Tights, which is a first addenda. I was copied on it along with a number of individuals. This first addendum to settlement agreement is between the town of East Greenwich and the Crompton Meadows LLC, the developer, and it alludes to an intergovernmental agreement. In terms of an intergovernmental agreement, we do them all the time. A lot of times you do them with police departments, and as Mr. Tight said, mutual aid. I have not drafted one in this particular case. I have not seen an intergovernmental agreement for this particular development. I think the first step along the way, and I don't want to step on Mr. Tights' toes here, but it appears that the agreement was sent to Mr. Mancini for his input. And I think that one of the first steps is conceptually, if the developer is amenable to this as a means of addressing East Greenwich's concerns, I'd like to know that before, taking the forward step to actually put together an intergovernmental agreement, understanding that that intergovernmental agreement would have to be approved not by this body, but by the Coventry Town Council as well as the East Greenwich Council. So I think we're at the very early stages of this. I think really the next step, at least conceptually, is to see what the developer's take is on this proposal. I don't know if he's prepared to provide that this evening.
I think he has. We have discussed it. So I guess I'll let him answer for himself.
Well, before we get to I don't know how you want to do, whether you want me to, I had one question about your review of their budget and their public offering statement.
Yes.
Are you specifically looking for either a restricted account and a line item dealing with the maintenance? Or do you think that you should then, let's face it, you can move money around and it's kind of or do you feel that you should be allowed to review their entire budget, including reserve fees, trash pickup, and all the other insurance and other incidentals at the public offering stage, and then give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down before? For us to put that type of stipulation on the developer, I think would be a little bit of overreach. And
Sure. No, I'm concerned. What I'm looking for is a line item for the drainage system maintenance. I don't even think it necessarily has to be a restricted account, but I'm looking for a line item. I'm looking for something from their engineer that I can show my engineer to peer review to say, okay, this is how much we estimate it's going to cost annually to clean these systems and maintain them and mow them. And if it's done every year, it's not even a big item. And then making sure that that's there as a specific separate line item in their budget. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and as you know, earlier in this presentation, I brought up the same exact issue because I'm very familiar with where were some issues with abutters feeling the pain of those types of structures not being maintained. But again, my concern would have been to actually structure something like that where East Greenwich had the oversight of their public offering statement, and it could just open a whole can of worms.
I am looking for it, but from that narrow point, I don't have a problem with it being limited to that narrow aspect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Tights indicated, we have had an opportunity to really sit down with East Greenwich and go through some of these items right from the very beginning, because it was one of the sticking points at the onset. So we have an agreement with East Greenwich that Mr. Tights has noted that I believe is already part of the record and in fact is a condition of the master plan. And what we would propose is that for preliminary plan, that agreement be carried over as it continues as being a condition of approval, and an addendum to that agreement also be incorporated as a condition. Given the fact that the developer is in agreement with giving East Greenwich the authority to essentially lean the common areas and the individual units in the event that there's a deficiency or a breakdown in the drainage, I don't think an intergovernmental agreement by Rhode Island General Laws 45, 40, 41 is necessary. I think you can simply achieve it by the developer agreeing to the East Greenwich having jurisdiction onto its property, by memorializing that as a condition of approval in an agreement entered into by the town of East Greenwich, the developer, and then incorporated as a condition, memorialized in its approvals here. I think that adequately addresses that. And I think you can also address the issue of maintenance by adding in that agreement the provision that any homeowners association, I should say, any condominium association and condominium documents shall provide for a provision or a line item in its budget for adequate maintenance of all drainage systems. So that from the onset, there's a provision in the condominium documents that provides for continued maintenance, and it gets carried through. It's a condition of approval. I think it's not adequate or necessary even for you to require us to give condominium documents to the city of town of East Greenwich for their review on the condo docs, because I don't think they really care about how many board members or board of directors are, or whether or not we're going to, govern colors of units and things like that. But to focus it on that one line, that's perfectly fine. It's fair, and I think the best way to memorialize that is just in the addendum and as a condition of approval. I think that's more than adequate, and I don't think that we need to involve the town of East Greenwich Town Council in Coventry if we agree to it. If the developer is saying, yeah, well, we're gonna submit to East Greenwich's jurisdiction, I think that's binding on these units and on the development overall. So that would be my position with that.
I like the sound of that better than getting into the intergovernmental agreement. And certainly, you have the developer assenting to it, certainly can become part of this board's ultimate decision. It can be a condition as set forth.
So-
I guess I wonder, and I don't mean to put Mr. Mancini on the spot, but are you taking a position on the document that was circulated Friday?
I am.
As it being unnecessary, or?
Well, no, I think that document as circulated is necessary. I just think it needs to be altered so that it's just simply an addendum to the existing agreement, and it just allows the East Greenwich jurisdiction onto the Coventry side to lien those parcels. As you know, Coventry already has a right to do that. So there's no reason to memorialize it in an intergovernmental agreement. All it is the developer agreeing by way of a condition here that East Greenwich can lien those units. And in the event that it comes to that, all Mr. Tights has to do is show that agreement to a court, and jurisdictions is there.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Could I just follow up now on that just for a second then? So will the condominium documents and any subsequent deeds, will those only be recorded in Coventry?
Yeah, they're only in Coventry.
So even though there's a portion of the actual property that's being created, the condominium is being created, which is pursuant, I think, to a
Yeah.
state law, doesn't that have to be recorded
You're
in
right.
East Greenwich?
You're absolutely right.
And
Yeah.
if you were to put language in the actual condominium documents that let all the homeowners know that, address it in those documents as kind of a follow-up, and then if there becomes an issue, because let's face it, and I think that's what Mr. Tights was trying to get away from, rather than having to sue all owners or how are we going to lien the property, the notices would then just simply be filed in both East Greenwich and Coventry if there was a deficiency. You'd be able to come record that lien notice in both Coventry and East Greenwich. It would be a notice that the town has now got a lien on the property. It's in a common element that straddles both towns. And just like any other deed where property straddles both towns, that would be recorded in the land evidence records in East Greenwich and in Coventry. And then any subsequent sales that are going to occur, that notice is going to pop up on a title exam and bring it somewhat to the forefront if the association hasn't addressed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And what we're doing is one step further, is we're allowing East Greenwich to not only record a notice of violation on the common area that's only in East Greenwich, but to then come onto the Coventry side and enforce a lien against the individual unit owners. But the condominium documents in their entirety get recorded in Coventry, and they get recorded in East Greenwich. And so we can also add that notice will be placed in the condominium documents as to the fact that East Greenwich has the authority to lien unit owners in Coventry, so that there's no question about that. And I think that is simply done by adding the agreement that we have entered into and the addendum as an exhibit to the condominium documents. And that is the best evidence and the best way to really ensure that proper notice is given to all the unit owners and that it runs with the land. In addition to this discussion, in addition to entering the agreement as a condition of approval. So we're fine with that, and I think that can work very well.
Mr. Tights, please, like this.
I think that's very nice, and I appreciate it. I think it would be good to have it on the condominium documents, and I assumed it would be there in one form or another anyway. Unfortunately, your average homeowner does not read condominium documents. And far too often, they don't read the title reports either, because most people don't pay for an extra lawyer to represent them, particularly if they're buying a multi-million-dollar house, yes. If they're buying a $300,000 house, those people with those kind of money, they will have the bank's lawyer do their closing for them. They won't have their own lawyer. And the bank's lawyer doesn't care about it. And even though they now have an extra document that says, this is important, your title policy, make sure you read it, and they make you sign that document at the closing, people still don't read their title documents, or if they do, they read them after the closing. So, with all due respect, I don't think that's that helpful. I also have a more substantive problem, which is I do not think that either this developer or the Coventry Planning Board has the authority to authorize the town of East Greenwich to directly lien property in Coventry. We would be limited only to the common elements and the association, not the individuals. I don't think that's something that the planning board could improve. I don't think the developer can grant it. They can't grant something that, they can't grant jurisdiction. And what we're trying to do is avoid having to go to court and file a complaint and have an answer from all these people. We just want to be able to put a lien on their property. And that's going to eventually get the money a lot easier than having to sue them. And I think that needs an intergovernmental agreement. And now, I don't know if you're planning on voting tonight or you're planning on continuing it for a draft decision, which would allow more time, but I will have to say, at this point, I do not have authority. My authority from the town of East Greenwich Town Council extends only to this concept of the intergovernmental agreement. So if you're going to vote without the intergovernmental agreement, then respectfully, I cannot say that I won't oppose it, and the town might, in fact, take an appeal.
Could I have a solicitor answer that? Because it doesn't sound like you're ready to get into any document.
My concern is, again, as I said initially, I appreciate Mr. Mancini's take on it. I don't have an intergovernmental agreement in front of me. I understand what Mr. Tice is saying. I think, frankly, if we're going to go down the intergovernmental agreement, it is going to take some time, and it has to be drafted. And I think also because of the interplay between, if you say we'll approve this subject to an intergovernmental agreement, understand that that's now going to put something up into the town council level that has to be finalized before it can come back down to the planning
I
commission.
don't know if I'm comfortable. I can speak for myself.
I mean,
voting on something that hasn't even been drafted that you didn't even see yet.
right. I understand what Mr. Teitz's concern is. I think if this were the other way around, a development in East Greenwich with an access point in Coventry, I think I'd share the same concerns. Obviously, you want every developer, you have to take them at their word. They're going to be good, and they're going to be good neighbors, and they're not going to let their drainage systems fall into disrepair. But we all know that, in fact, that does happen occasionally. And we have a unique situation here where if the drainage system fails or is not properly maintained, it's not likely to become a town of Coventry problem. It's more likely to become a town of East Greenwich problem. And so we want to be able to ensure that East Greenwich can properly address those concerns if and when they arise. I just don't know if we're overly complicating things with an intergovernmental agreement. I understand what Mr. Tice is saying about having the jurisdiction to come in, but I also look at it as I think we have a developer who's acquiescing to this concept that East Greenwich could come in. A portion of the property lies in East Greenwich, albeit not the majority of the property. So I don't want to have a jurisdictional exercise here with Mr. Tice, but I think that it's accurate to say a portion of this development is in East Greenwich, and East Greenwich certainly would have certain rights relative to that. I know it's not a big piece of the project, but
we don't. I mean, part of it is I know we don't have the intergovernmental agreement in front of us. We don't have the approval and so forth, but we also aren't at final approval with this. You're at preliminary, and so I would expect, as I indicated, to be a condition of final, so that there would be time to do it. As I said, I have talked to the East Greenwich Town Council, but I know you haven't talked to the Coventry.
Correct.
They wouldn't know anything about it, so you got to, we'd have the agreement prepared, and then you would take it to them and explain it. I don't anticipate that there would be problems on either. And I anticipate that we would have, might take a couple of months, but I don't think they're going to be coming for final next month, are you? Well, then I don't know. Then maybe you just want to continue this for a month.
I just want to, can I
Or-
just work back through this? So you would prefer to lien the 80 homeowners individually in addition to the association, as opposed to just liening the association, which in fact is the 80 homeowners. And as soon as one of those individuals goes to sell their unit, they have to get a resale certificate from the association that states there's no pending litigation and spells out any liens or obligations. So why won't that suffice versus the ability to step in? And is it going to get the money any quicker, you think, because you file a lien on 80 homes?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of experience over my 30 years of being a
It riles
municipal
up the people
solicitor,
that aren't.
of developers who've, gone and left the development as an LLC as the developer. And if they go bust, that there's nothing else there and there's bond money left. There's other situations, a development, there's a town where they're required to maintain a dam and nobody wants to do it. And again, nobody wants to be, even the politicians, they don't want to authorize the town solicitor to go to sue all these people. And far too often, the associations, more so with homeowners associations, condos are supposed to, but even condo associations often just go dormant and there's no one really there running it and paying attention to it. Particularly, it's one thing if you've got a building, a mass building with condo units, then you need a management association and so forth. But where they're all separate units here,
Picking up the trash. And
Right.
the odds are after the second or first year, as soon as so many units are sold, this particular developer won't even have the responsibility to maintain those. It's going to be
Exactly.
up to the homeowners
Right,
association,
exactly.
the condominium association, and they'll have their board and their management company. I would be more, and again, we're just having a conversation.
Right.
I would feel more secure about a condominium association than, as you pointed out, an LLC that said, oh, once this thing's built, I'll take care of that. Or as you alluded to, a homeowners association, where really the only responsibility is to take care of the open space and maintain a liability insurance policy. I mean, no one wants to pay those fees. But in this case, there's fees that are going to be due every single month for different services. I don't know if the water and sewer is going to be included. They got road plowing, their trash pickup. So if the homeowners association is faced with a lien, or people can't sell their units in there, at some point, they're going to say, well, listen, take the money out of this account and let's just go get someone to fix this so we can get these liens off the property. That's all I'm trying to say. So I'm just concerned this is getting complicated. And I don't know if there's a simpler solution, and I just hope there is.
I'm open to suggestions. I've looked at it. I don't see a simpler solution. And I've also, just for the record, I lived in a similar, it was actually a land-only condominium association, but the same thing of freestanding buildings. I lived in that, and I was the condominium president. So I've got a lot of, and I've represented condominium associations, and I've represented residents in condominium associations. And it might be overkill, but the concern is overkill the other way. I mean, the other answer is very easy. Lose some units, move the drainage so that the drainage is on the Coventry side of the border. And then we don't have to do that. I realize that has its other consequences. So I look for a solution that wouldn't have those kind of negative consequences, but would still provide the town of East Greenwich with the protection. And, as I said, would we ever actually even lien all the individual homeowners, condo owners? I don't know. But I feel that protection is necessary because that's what allows me, or has allowed me, to convince the DPW director and the town council that they should take the risk of having this water on this East Greenwich property and threatening the East Greenwich Road and not getting anything in return. All right, we don't have to get anything in return, but let's not take the risk. We want to make sure our risk is minimal. Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break? Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry, I tried to get the public.
Your fingers are getting tired, huh?
I've done this whole conversation down. I need to dumb down. Well,
He's the best. You love this, huh? You love this. You gotta run for town council.
There's sound on the TV.
Carl, how's the beer going? How come you don't bring no beer? We're getting thirsty. Put it in your pocket. I'm only teasing.
You'll be on TV. You'll be on TV. He's all about beer.
I gotta ask him about that TV. Oh, on a break. It's a long one. We thought we were going smooth. That's my bedtime.
Yep, I will. Yelling, even though we're trying to open. He's like, sir,
tired sitting. I know it.
Sorry, I tried to get it. You guys are close public hearing. I hear you, I had to too.
I know.
Mr. Crossman. Mr. Crossman.
What? Yeah, they won't be ready. The lawyers won't be ready.
We should have.
Now we know that. Shut up. You guys been on TV right along. We never shut it off.
That's what I said.
That's why
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand Mr. Tight's concern, and I also am very aware Mr. Tights is essentially a belt and suspenders kind of person, so I understand where he's coming from. We don't have an objection to do the intergovernmental agreement. We don't believe it's necessary. We think that essentially once an agreement's made, by way of a condition in the condo association documents, that will give adequate relief. But what we would suggest is if we're going to do it, make it a condition of final plan. Ensure that the town council of East Greenwich will hear it as soon as they can, as soon as practical, and to make it very simple, one-page, two-paragraph document that essentially recognizes that both town of Coventry and town of East Greenwich recognize their respective abilities to lien this property. It adds another level for us to go to the town council of Coventry to get this document approved, but it's essentially, it's substance over form, or form over substance, one of the two. But we'll work with it.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak before I close public hearing? Come on up, sir.
Jerry Goodman, Crompton Road. One small question. Who would be responsible for monitoring these drainage systems and the maintenance, and that the maintenance is actually done? I mean, it's...
So, clearly it's not, obviously if it was one building, the most clear, the most obvious thing is you'd have a property manager that would run that one building. The fact that these are detached units actually makes the need for a property manager that much more important because of the amount of open space area that exists, that's common area that needs to be maintained. So there's gonna have to be significant effort focused on getting the appropriate management company who hires the appropriate subcontractor to maintain all of that open space area or that green area, that common area. In conjunction with that is going to be the detention basins and all of the other amenities that are associated with the system that's out there. That's going to be done on a weekly and monthly basis. That's going to be per contract. So you're going to have a property management, you're going to have a condominium association who's going to hire a property manager who's going to be responsible for ensuring the maintenance of the overall development and the overall project. That's how that's going to work. And then you're going to have a budget that's going to create two line items, one for the property management and then one specifically for drainage, maintenance, upkeep, and repair. That will be funded as the association dictates, but what we'll do is we'll also initially fund it from the upfront so that there will be funds as units are sold. A percentage of those condominium fees will go directly to that fund. So it starts out at a number, so it doesn't start negative. So that's how that framework is going to work. But again, that's not an item that really comes to the review of the Planning Commission. That's really kind of the front lines of the legal documents and the review of them later. Now, whether or not unit owners read them or not, we can't speak to that. But I think that the importance is going to be once one lien gets filed, whether that lien is filed on the common areas or it's filed on a unit, someone's going to pay attention to that very quickly, and it'll get addressed. That's the obvious policing mechanism that there is, and it's not going to go ignored.
Could I just ask one more question, because I didn't think of it earlier? Do you anticipate separate water and sewer use charges to each unit, or are you going to have common?
They're going to be
Okay.
separate. Yeah, because there's too many units. So they'll have separate hookups for electrical, water, and sewer.
Okay, so those will not be included in the condo fees?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else before I close public hearing? Hearing none, seeing none. Take a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, public hearing is closed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We're not done, but we appreciate all your comments. Can I ask our solicitor where you want to go with this now? So should we?
Well, I think I think the next step is for the board to consider a decision. However, I'm not sure that you have enough information, given what we've been talking about the last half hour or so, to make that decision this evening. I know, speaking for myself, I certainly would like to work with the planning staff to perhaps coordinate to put something in front of you. I know next week this board is meeting in a special meeting. I candidly don't think I would be able to have something, get together with the planning staff to have something to you in the next 7 days. But we certainly can revisit where you want to go at the next meeting. That's kind of my suggestion. I think I'd like to speak with Mr. Tights and Mr. Mancini, and then add my own input to that. So I think that my recommendation is I don't think there's anything that you need to do this evening. The board can certainly continue its deliberation. You've given an extensive audience to the comments during the public hearing phase, and I know I'd like to sit down with the planning staff to noodle these different options.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have, well, first of all, I just want to go back because I want to make sure that a couple of things get properly vetted here. And I'm just reading one item from the planning director's report, if I can find it. which is really a question for the solicitor. There's a statement in the planning director's report that says the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief must be due to the unique characteristics of the property and not due to the general characteristics of the area or to the physical or economic disability of the applicant. And I think that goes to the physical variances. And I just want to make sure, because a comprehensive permit in and of itself almost seems like it is more attributable to there's a give and take or a balance between, we're going to give some relief over here, but the economics have to work. And it's not so much due to the unique characteristics of the property, although as some of the last statements that we heard from Mr. Mancini talk about the comprehensive plan and how that area is called out. So are we within our purview here? I was a little confused between a plan unit development and this, and then I haven't even gotten into, Mr. Chairman, how we're going to address, to simply make a motion and not maybe poll some folks on some of these waivers and some of these other things in here to kind of get the framework.
I'm sorry, because it's a comprehensive permit, it is within your purview to weigh these things, and you have to make certain findings, and those will be made part of the record. So that is a standard. You will be making a decision against that standard and against all the standards that apply.
Okay. So it was more here for reference than a you must?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think, again, I guess it depends on when we want to start laying out the framework for whatever decision that we're going to ultimately make. But it sounded like, if I understood Mr. D'Agostino correctly, he's going to need some time just to address the one issue, which is in East Greenwich. But we still have several items in front of us that need to be determined. Absolutely. That would be the framework for whatever approval ultimately gets granted. So
that's why I was suggesting that I think some time needs to go by. But during that time, there's going to be work being done, both from sort of from this table and also from that table, and then coordinating those things.
So should I do a motion continue to a later date? Because we really can't specify a date, correct?
You can't. But what I would do is I would continue just given this evening. I would continue this to next meeting, the special meeting, and then you can take it up at that time with a continuance perhaps to the regular September meeting. Okay. I think just because, and I'm only suggesting that because there are a number of people here. Obviously, we're not going to necessarily reopen public hearing, but it at least is consistent with notice if people are interested. I think everybody who's here this evening is hearing that even though it's going to be on next week's agenda, it'll likely be continued to the September meeting. I just don't know what I'm going to be able to accomplish between now and next week, but I might be able to accomplish something.
What if the board just wanted to take half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, and discuss waivers?
Yeah, and you could that would.
Because Mr. Kalunian said, they, as a group, they wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, so I would, if it's possible, and I think we have to give a specific date, we could continue this item till next week, which is September 4th. At 6:30. Put it on the agenda for further discussion.
Well, I'm not going to put it on the agenda. We'll just continue it here this evening.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've already set the agenda.
Okay.
Right.
I need a motion for that, correct? To continue.
I don't know. You need a motion to continue. Yes.
Yes. That way you continue it to a date certain. But as Director Crossman indicated, there are a number of things that you can take up, even before we come together on this issue of how to do this cross municipal enforcement mechanism.
Right. And if you so choose, if the board does want to discuss those, next week. I mean, we do right now. We do have a public hearing. Remember, we have a special hearing for the public hearing on Willow Lakes. So that, and the only other two, I have two small items on the agenda, just mostly housekeeping stuff, and that's it. So you do have time if you wanted to discuss this matter.
Right.
On the 4th, realizing again, though, there would be no vote, you would just be spending more time trying to come to some sort of conclusion amongst yourselves on the waivers.
Okay. Yeah, I would suggest continuous to the 4th. Okay. And that would also give us some time to get together, Mr. Tights, your solicitor.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue to September 4th meeting.
Motion to continue to September 4th.
Seconded, motion continued by Mr. Mattson, seconded by Mrs. Lukowitz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any updates on the planning department or discussion?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion by seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good job, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, please.
We didn't talk about